51, please presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, we are back on. Defense present, represented by counsel. Anything from the state before we bring the panel in?
Yes, Judge. Judge, last week, when we had one of our officer witnesses on the stand, we had been talking to him about the number of crimes in Satilla Shores, and the state did not have a certified copy of the Glenn County Police spreadsheet that had been created via the Spillman report. And so the state stopped asking that officer about that per the objection by the defense. Mr. Sheffield then got up and then asked the officer specifically about whether he'd researched the burglary, researched these 3 or 4 entering autos, and then started on the suspicious calls, at which point I objected because suspicious calls to me were not at that point relevant. Once again, I think the court then said, well, do you have a certified copy of all of that? At the court's suggestion, the state went, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and get a certified copy and have Cherie Batchelor over at Glenn County PD provide me with that spreadsheet just so we can see the number of police calls in that 14-month period, 126 of them. Majority of them are neighborhood patrols, and a neighborhood patrol, as my understanding, is just a officer-initiated patrol. And you know, an officer goes, hey, I'm over in Satilla, I'm reporting in, I'm going to patrol this area, neighborhood patrol. So when I received it from Ms. Cherie Batchelor, she certified it on November 10th, which was last Wednesday. I then gave a copy to all 3 defense counsel the next morning. I believe it was November 11th. I don't think it was the day I got it served, but I handed them a copy going, here's my certified copy of all of these things, and I may use it, obviously, with Mr. Dial. This morning, half an hour ago, as I was sitting in the courtroom about to put up the medical examiner, I was handed this, which was certified on November 11th, last Thursday. Was not handed to me Thursday, was not handed to me on Friday so I could prepare over the weekend, and wasn't handed to me yesterday. It was handed to me this morning at 8:30. It contains 68 police reports. I have done my best in the half an hour allotted to me while I should be preparing for my direct of my witnesses to go through all of these police reports. And Judge, what I have found, I'm showing the court, I've tried to tab it. The pink tabs are cases that are already before the jury. Those are Larry English and Travis McMichael's gun and Greg McMichael's 911 call on July 13th. So they're included in here. The blue ones are all just neighborhood patrols. I'll pull a random one up. For example, at 9:10 in the morning on November 7th of 2019, we have a neighborhood patrol at Zellwood and Satilla. And its comments. M. Browning takes a report from Officer Powers, 10-4, include Burford, Holmes, and Jones Road. So we have an officer patrolling. That's all this is. And that's all the blue ones. Now, the green ones are really interesting because we've got personal problems of the residents of Satilla Shores. For instance, I'll randomly pull up a police report from August 23rd, suspicious person. But when you actually read this, Gene Weeks is over at 168 Zellwood, and the caller just drove up to his home and there's a car parked on the inside of the fence and backed up against his fence. He doesn't know the car. He wants the police to come out. He doesn't understand what's going on. The end of the call is, made contact with the vehicle owner and the property owner via phone, and it was all just a miscommunication. The vehicle is actually allowed to be on the property. So that's just one random one. I'll pull up the last random one I looked at. 159 Zellwood. We have on December 14th of 2019, we have Miriam Nicole Weeks, who's living with Rob Ray, calling up, reporting a burglary because she had rented a room from Mr. Ray for a few years. She was moving out. She's been gone for the past 2 I think, weeks. And when she came back, she found miscellaneous tools were missing from her bedroom. And she said her bedroom was secured and had a padlock on it, but she wants to report, this issue with her roommate. So this is the kind of stuff we're looking at. And so, Judge, first off, we have a discovery violation. This was never served on the state, and when they obtained it, they certainly didn't provide it right away to the state. So we ask that it all be excluded based on that. In addition, it's irrelevant. Unless someone in this case knew all about this and had seen these police reports and knew about robbery and all this. I mean, here's the thing, Judge. I do know that Investigator Dial did look at a number of these reports. He did do his job. I believe he testified at the preliminary hearing that there was this burglary call that was a roommate dispute, which is the one I just mentioned to you. The other burglary call he mentioned was completely unfounded, an alarm going off. And he did look into these things. So at this point in time, questioning him about these sorts of calls, I guess we could do it, but the problem is the state's been blindsided and it's now completely, not completely, but unprepared really to do this, and I haven't even gotten through all of them. The other problem is a lot of this is irrelevant. Officer-initiated patrols in Satilla Shores, officers initiate patrols randomly all the time. And the personal problems of the residents of Satilla Shores, such as, I'm randomly picking another call from 11/30/19 at 119 Zellwood. And this is basically a young man is calling in because he's hiding in the closet. Someone's trying to get in their door. They're rattling on the door. There's 4 people hiding in the closet. The police show up and find absolutely nothing. The nature has changed from a burglary to a suspicious person. So some kids at a house got upset. They did the right thing. They called the police. The police came out. Totally a false alarm. Found absolutely nothing. How this is relevant to the killing of Ahmaud Arbery or the guilt or innocence of these defendants, the state is unaware, especially those types of reports. So I wanted to make the court aware of this and ask that this be excluded. Thank you.
Morning, Judge. I'm holding in my hand a document provided to us by the state, certified copy of all of the 911 calls over January 1st, 2019 through February and beyond. We've just gone and gotten the CADs of all these calls, Judge. That's it. State gave us this information. I'm not sure what Ms. Dunikoski's talking about. This is the, I'll approach if you'll let me.
Explain to me how the two connect.
Yeah, this is a report of the stack of papers that we just went and actually got the reports of. So Ms. Dunikoski gave us this list. Incident number 1, neighborhood patrol on 1/1/19. Number 2, shots fired, 1/1/19. Number 3, neighborhood patrol, 1/7/19. Number 4, citizens assist, 1/26/19. And the list goes on and on and on. This was generated for the state, who gave us a certified copy of it in reciprocal discovery. Now what we did, Judge, is we went to
Yeah,
the,
we just got that a couple days ago.
okay.
It's dated.
Okay, well, this is the certified copy that I guess they gave us in trial, but this list of cases is a list of cases that's been about the neighborhood. They just pull all the 911 calls in the neighborhood. So we've pulled the CAD reports for that. And we had a lady come in and testify.
Police reports associated with the
CAD reports, Judge, CAD reports. Those are the computer automated dispatch report that comes out. And there's maybe other reports with some of them because they're more detailed.
Trying to get on the same page with you. You're showing me the document that you have, which is the CAD reports. What I
I'm
thought.
just showing you a list. That's all this is a list.
Okay.
Can I show it to you?
Let me just make sure I understand
Okay.
what's out there. Because what you were saying was there were the CAD reports, and these are police reports associated with the CAD reports, but this is a different list.
Yeah, I'm just starting from the beginning. We were given a list of incidents where the police were called in Satilla Shores. Now, this is just a list. It's a 6-page list of all the 911 calls, just noted by incident number, the nature of the call, the area, the reported time and date, and the disposition. And it just lists them one by one, and it goes from January 1st, 19. This list goes actually all the way through May 25th of
The document
2020.
you have in your hand was provided in discovery. This was, explain to me what that is again. That's the
Yeah,
cert.
this was provided and I believe exchanged in discovery, which is just a list of all the 911 calls. Okay. I guess on November 10th, the affidavit of custodians of records was signed by Cherry Bachelor, who testified in court. And that's dated November 10th. All right, and I think Ms. Bachelor was used to get in specific calls and things like that that became relevant to the case. So in terms of knowing about these cases, the state has known about these cases throughout the period of reciprocal discovery. What we have said is that we intend to demonstrate that there was a lot of concerned neighbors in the neighborhood of Satilla Shores, that there was a lot going on. There were a lot of extra patrols. There were a lot of extra watches requested, and there were a lot of suspicious persons. And our goal is simply to note the location, the house that was called, that made the phone call, the date, and the nature of the call. Either suspicious person or neighborhood patrol or extra watch. These are things, to a certain extent, Officer Rash has testified about. He said, you know, I've patrolled that whole neighborhood. I've gone up and down the streets. I've done extra watch. We've talked about the nature of a suspicious person's call. We've had evidence about that. We've had what neighborhood patrol is, what extra watch is. And so all we're doing, and Ms. Dunikoski, maybe we should have talked before, but what we are seeking to do is simply establish that there is a high volume of suspicious person calls in this neighborhood, and that there is a lot of extra patrolling going on in this neighborhood, and that a lot of that then bled into the Facebook page, which we'll deal with through our witnesses. But what we're seeking to do is tender these documents into evidence, not have them go out with the jury, not call a witness to come in and testify about all the details of what happened with that, but just to establish that there are suspicious persons calls being made by the neighbors in the neighborhood, that there are extra patrols happening, and that there are extra watches happening in this neighborhood. And what we would intend to do is simply use the date or the nature of the call and the address it's associated with. And so those documents, we want to put them in. They're authenticated and they survive. We have the business record exception of the document. We have that certification by the custodian. They are now self-authenticating and they are business records, so they would be admissible on that certification alone. And then what we would do is just simply tender to the jury in our case, there was a call for suspicious person on this date at this residence. And if the state wants to go through them and disagree with that this suspicious person was resolved as irrelevant, then we certainly can do that. But we would simply want to establish that there are calls about suspicious persons in and around property, that there are requests for extra watch, there are requests and there are extra patrols being done, which establishes that this neighborhood is experiencing a high volume of crime, which is then being discussed amongst a lot of the neighbors, and we'll have testimony about that, which is also then being discussed with Travis McMichael, and he is also aware. he doesn't have to be aware of every call that's happened, every time 911 is called, but it is a fact that is relevant to this case, that this is a neighborhood that's experiencing a lot of crime and the police are focused on it. It would be consistent and it would corroborate a lot of the testimony that we've had. And so to the extent that it does corroborate that testimony and it establishes just very basic facts of what's happening in the neighborhood, we think it's relevant and it supports our defense of this neighborhood being essentially on edge and under attack. So I understand the nature of Ms. Dunikoski's objection in going in, but we're not intending to call all those witnesses to come testify. We're simply interested in the nature of the call and the time period of these calls.
Sounds like you're trying to characterize those two.
We're not. We're going to say suspicious person call made on this date by this residence. We've already had testimony about what a suspicious person call is. We've had testimony on extra patrol. We've had testimony on neighborhood patrol by Officer Rash. We simply want to corroborate that with these documents. We're not going to get into all the details of what that is. It's that people are dialing 911 consistently, starting in January, which we were made aware of by the state, starting in January. We're not doing things like Citizens Assist, if that's included, that may just be, but we're really interested in neighborhood walk.
For example, Citizens Assist.
Yeah, that's not one that's really relevant. That could be somebody who fell down.
So, for example, I'm trying to figure out how you're not going to start getting into what these documents are. So you plan on asking Dial about this?
Well, Dial, we certainly could ask about his investigation and his understanding of what was happening in Satilla Shores and how he may have investigated that.
So how do you plan to use this?
When we present our case, we intend to say, Your Honor, at this time, we seek to admit defense exhibit, number, put it in the record. Then, at that time, if it's admitted, then I will say on January 1st, 2019, there was a neighborhood patrol that was conducted. On January 7th, 2019, there was another neighborhood patrol conducted. On January 30th, 19, there was a theft entering auto reported. On March 20th, 19, there was another neighborhood patrol. On March 23rd, 19, there was a suspicious person reported. On March 26th, 19, there was a neighborhood patrol. And go so on, and that's it. I want to establish that the citizens are calling and requesting police intervention. This is not a new subject to the case. This is one that has been discussed, but again, we want to corroborate what we've asked on cross-examination. So there's no unfair surprise, and we're not going to get into all of the details of it. Certainly the state, we can, if they want to go one by one, we can do that. But that's our intention.
And are you going to link this up to anything the defendants knew, or you're just going to say this is what was out there as far as this record?
This is, what we're doing in our case in chief, just essentially and generally to try to respond to the court's question. We are calling residents of this neighborhood, residents who have experienced their own crime, residents who have participated in the discussions on the Facebook page to which Travis McMichael and his father and family had access and looked at. We will be linking that up through testimony that's relevant to Travis McMichael. And this corroborates essentially those witnesses and other people in the neighborhood who have experienced problems. These are public records, Judge.
I understand.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything for the other defendants?
Yes, Your Honor. Teresa, can you hear me here? I'll pop up there. Just to point point out that when we began the trial, of course, we had the initial list that the state had provided. It became clear after the opening statement and several witnesses, beginning with Officer Duggan, that there was an attempt by the state to characterize through minimization what was going on in Satilla Shores from about October 2019 to February 2020. There was a question, can you describe the level of crime? They get their fair share, and the court is not going to recall this, I'm sure, but
I remember testimony about Baker 9,
and
what the officer's impression of the level of calls and all of that were.
yes.
So that's why I'm wondering why this wasn't discussed with that officer, why that testimony wouldn't have been challenged.
Because there had been an attempt by the state, I believe it was Miss Olivier doing Officer Duggan. So not much, she said, not much. And I objected, no, that's a characterization. And he stood for himself and said, yeah, their fair share.
It was more than Duggan, I thought.
But Duggan's not the Baker
please don't
9
cut me
man.
Please don't cut me off.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm just because I'm trying to work through this. I remember at least one, maybe more officers that were asked about activity in Baker 9 and what their call volumes were and the types of calls that they were responding to.
Yes, and I agree with you in a general way. But the state has, in one portion of their case, attempting to minimize, and has said that there were 3 entering in autos, one of them was Travis's, and 1 burglary, which turned out to be not a burglary. Our position is, if you're living in a neighborhood where patrol cars are coming out to respond to these calls, whether or not it turns out to be something that was confirmed, whether or not a suspicious person was located, this raises, as we'll be able to show in the Facebook page, people's level of concern. So the question of the timing of all this and how we intend to introduce it and why now deals with, it is in a direct response to the state's desire to minimize what had been going on in the neighborhood, which the neighbors will, I think, directly refute.
Mr. Collins.
On behalf of Defendant Bryan, we want to adopt the response of counsel for the co-defendants in this case. And really, there's one specific issue I want to address. I think I've noticed to the court that we sometimes feel like the red-headed stepchild sitting over there in the corner. And I've noted before that we tend not to get served with things from the co-defendants in this case. And for the record, I'm holding the document that Ms. Dunikowski was holding up earlier. I think this is the first time that I've seen it. Actually, I haven't read it yet. I guess there's a little bit of trust there, but I'm going to adopt it. And as far as discovery purposes, to the extent that's still a concern for the court, this is the first I have possession or knowledge of the document. This is the earliest opportunity that I could use it. And therefore, I think that there is no discovery issue there, because I would join the McMichael defendants in wishing to present this document in Defendant Bryan's case in chief. Thank you, Your Honor.
Final word from the state.
Thank you, Judge. I think Mr. Sheffield actually made my point for me. The document I served on them is the Spillman list. I attempted to get Parker Marcy to talk about it, if you'll recall. I asked him specifically, did I ask you to verify the Spillman list? I asked you to look at this list and pull up these various things, this burglary call and these entering auto calls, the few that were on the list of 126 over 14 months. And he was prepared to testify to that and to talk about them. They objected. They stopped the state from doing this and going in to this. And at that,
I'd like to be heard on that afterwards.
and then after he goes, I'd like another chance to come back, because I never seem to be able to get the last word. But I would,
Happened in court.
From the state.
thank you, Judge. The list that I had Miss Batchelor, Lieutenant Batchelor, certify was served in discovery. And it was served in discovery back in, I think, the end of 2020, so everybody had that list and knew about that list. The anticipation would be that, of course, someone would testify to the number. I want to point out to the court a couple of really important things. In opening statement, Mr. Rubin got up here and said, Satilla Shores was a neighborhood on edge due to the crime. So what's the state supposed to do? We're supposed to, not address that issue? They brought it up in opening statement. It's been a theme. It's been a drumbeat with the defense constantly. This neighborhood's on edge. All these people are having, backyard conversations now electronically via Facebook. And everybody knows. Mr. Sheffield just told you the purpose for this. He just told you, we're going to argue the neighborhood was under attack. He just told you that's exactly what they want this evidence in for, to show that this neighborhood was under attack. The problem is unless I'm allowed to address that we got roommates that are having problems, the neighborhood's not under attack. We got somebody who thinks a car's not supposed to be there, and oh, lo and behold, it is supposed to be there. One of the guys on the green tab called up because his subcontractor showed up on the wrong day, and he was calling the police because the subcontractor wasn't supposed to be there. So this idea that the neighborhood is on edge, at that point, Your Honor, absolutely. If this is allowed in, I'm going to go through every single one of these with Dial so he can explain to the jury that this call came in and it was a miscommunication. This call came in about some roommates. And the idea that Travis McMichael knew about some roommate disagreement inside a house, the idea that somebody called up and said, I can't find my credit card, and Travis McMichael knew all about that, it's ridiculous. The list that I provided to them, that Mr. Sheffield just said he would go through that list. He said he wanted to go ahead and do the date and the nature of the call. What I served on them, which Parker Marcy was going to talk about, was the nature and the date of the call. Now, he wants to add in the location of that call, which is why now he wants to tender all of these in. So, Judge, I guess it's a double-edged sword. If we're going to go down this route, then I'm going to go down it fully. I do have a problem with the fact that I don't recall anybody talking about what extra patrols were or extra watches were requested. I don't recall anyone testifying to what those things were. I don't think Officer Rash did, or how those things are initiated. And of course, none of this was discussed with any of the actual officers, such as Parker Marcy and Officer Rash, as to these calls. In fact, I think I asked Officer Rash about Rob Ray and the roommate thing, and he didn't know anything about it. So at this point, their argument is this high volume of calls. I guess the other argument they want to make is the neighborhood's under attack. Look at this high volume of calls we have, therefore that leads us to believe the neighborhood's under attack. Look at the extra patrols that were being initiated by officers, therefore this must be an entire neighborhood that's under attack. And none of it actually is relevant, because unless Travis McMichael knew that Officer Powers on November 11th at 9 o'clock in the morning initiated an extra patrol, what relevancy does it have to his state of mind? Because he doesn't know about any of these things. Maybe he's going to go, yeah, I was totally tuned in. I knew every time an officer made while I was at work at Metzen Marine, I certainly knew these officers were doing these extra patrols. If he's going to testify to that, that's fine. But there's no connection between any of these things. So, Your Honor, we ask that this either, I guess, be completely excluded, or I guess that you allow the state to thoroughly ask Agent Dial about each and every single one of these, and we'll go through them one by one so the jury understands the nature of my subcontractor turned up on a wrong day. Hey, there's a car that's here. Oh, it turns out it's a miscommunication. Hey, there's suspicious people walking down the street. Oh, Mr. Bowie actually does live at that house. Our bad, we didn't mean to call 911. So I guess we either put it all in or we don't put anything in. Because just to go, here's the number of calls, so therefore this neighborhood was under attack, and here's the big sheaf of papers, that's unfair to the state. And so if we're gonna do this game, the state's gonna walk the jury through every single one of these calls. And by the way, in here, there are police reports attached to these. So they're not just 911 CADs, there's actual police reports attached inside here with narratives and investigations. There's also citizen assists in here. So when Mr. Sheffield said, oh, we pulled the citizen assist out, that's not relevant, I immediately turned and found one that said citizen assist within here. Here's a copy of a police report, right there attached to it. So, you know, and this is about accessing a hard drive by an officer. That's the kind of stuff that's included in this. We ask that it be excluded. Either we go down the road totally, or we don't go down the road at all. Thank you.
You want to I don't want additional argument. You want to clarify the record.
Yes, please, Your Honor, thank you. We haven't even offered this yet. We've just given her the stack of papers. She hasn't even- We're not offering it into evidence right now.
Let's do this then. I want the three things that were just referenced. I want to see what that stack of documents is.
Okay,
I want to see what was there was a CAD report
okay.
list
Yes.
that I understand was produced, and then there was another certified copy. I want to see what those three are,
Got it?
and I want to know when they were produced.
Okay. The list was produced to us in reciprocal discovery. So we'll give you a copy of that list.
Okay.
We intend to pull from, we printed off everything from that and just gave it to the state. We haven't even marked them or offered them into evidence yet. The state is a little premature on this because we have to pull the ones that we're gonna use. We can do that.
No, I want to see what's produced, because as I understand it, we're either a day or two away from the end of the state's case in chief.
Yeah.
I want to know what was produced in discovery and what was just produced, and there were three documents that were referenced. I want to see them, I want to understand what they are,
Okay.
so that I have a way to cross-reference what we're talking about.
Perfect. And then to comply with just responding, Ms. Dunikoski says it's a discovery violation. This was provided to us by her.
Well, hold on a second. I just said I don't want argument. You said
It's
that
not-
there was something she said in the record that you needed
Yes.
to clarify.
This officer, the officer up here, was asked to look at the Spillman report and draw a conclusion about whether Ahmaud Arbery was responsible or identified with the thefts or burglaries. That's what we objected to. If you recall, we said this.
Yeah, and I'll go back through notes and try to work through, but the dispute came up when he was specifically asked about burglaries in the neighborhood, and that was objected to because there were no certified records, and we couldn't get in, and the court wouldn't allow the way the state was going about it to get that in. I'll go back and look at it, but
Okay.
I appreciate you pointing it out.
Yeah, I disagree with that. But it was more about his conclusion and opinion of whether or not Ahmaud Arbery was involved. And we said, this officer was not involved in those investigations, so he'll just be reading reports from other people, which is all hearsay, and making a determination if
Right.
Arbery was involved.
And we stopped there, and I said, certified, as long as we get certified. So now we're certified, and you want to present to the jury
Well, that's what the
yourself
court
the
said.
certified report, correct?
What we want to present is we don't want to, it's not going to go out. What we want to do is we want to establish essentially that list plus the address.
All right. Like I
Of
said,
the
if I-
only relevant ones, Your Honor, sorry. Just of the relevant ones, the suspicious person, extra watch, and neighborhood patrol. Not so-and-so, hiding out, and it's a mistake. We don't want to
So-
present those.
So just so I'm clear, so what was produced to the state today then, it's actually a more narrow list?
It will become more narrow when we present it in our case in chief.
Okay. Two things then. I want to see the three whatever documents.
I'm not sure I know what the third one is, Judge.
Well, there was,
The list plus the stack.
plus some,
Of the certification.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, Your Honor, just because I need to clarify this.
let me just finish my thought. And I also assume that based on this, there's going to be some discussion so that maybe this can be narrowed down even further, because we are, as I understood it, a day or two away at this point from where the state had intended to end its case in chief, And so if, if there's additional time and additional witnesses, I guess everybody needs to figure that out. And that's part of what the court needs to factor into all of this with these documents. I don't need a response to that. I just need the documents. We're belaboring the point at this point. And I indicated that state had the last word. I'd simply ask, you jumped up because you wanted to clarify the record.
Yeah.
I don't need additional argument.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to give you the state's official certified copy that I received from Lieutenant Batchelor on November 10th. This is the copy I've received. I tabbed it as best I could at 68. And so that we know, the best I can do is right now is pull this up. And the thing is, Judge, this was served on us by the defense. This certified copy that I made was just a certified copy of what they had served on me via the McMichael's Discovery Store and Go. It was due October 30th. It's dated October 29th. It says all calls list from 1/1/2019. So they actually got it from Cherie Batchelor back then, served it on us. I was using it as their exhibit with Parker Marcy. I'd send it to him going, look, the defense gave us this. Please verify it. Please pull it up on Spillman. I can take a photo shot of this if you want to see it so that you know what I'm talking about as far as the discovery goes.
As much information as I can get on what the documents are that we're talking about would be helpful.
I will take a screenshot of it and email it to an appropriate person that I will be given later, right?
Yes.
I will do that right now.
Why don't you use the same email you generally use for my office?
Yes, sir.
While she's doing that, without taking up any more additional time, Your Honor, may I also say that the actual reports could have just been used for impeachment purposes if the state had used Agent Dial to talk, as we were concerned she would, talk about the low amount of crime in Satilla Shores by just using the Spillman list. We did not have to provide any of that to the state. We could have simply used those reports if we felt the agent was not being accurate or complete in the summarization of those reports. So the issue of discovery violation does not seem to apply here. The issue of the state now wanting to go into all of these reports suggests to me that what we were concerned about is actually what the state intended to do, and that is to say, look at this couple-page printout of Spillman. Just tell us really about a couple of instances where you had to go out there. And so it's a good thing that we pulled the actual reports to keep everyone on the right page and accurate in an agent's summarization of a Spillman report for which he had no involvement.
As counsel knows, there's a big difference between impeachment evidence and what I understand this was going to be presented as part of the defendant's case in chief, the way it's presented. There's differences there.
Absolutely, but
Okay,
the first
so-
way it could have come in was that way.
But that's not what we're talking about, and Dial hasn't testified to. So that's not what was just presented to the court. So there's a couple different ways evidence can be used, and that, depending on the evidence of Agent Dial or any other officer that may have been out there that's already testified that was not impeached with this evidence. Yeah, there's a couple different ways, but I've got to look at the other part of this too, which is using the evidence in the way that was just described. So.
Certainly, and I just remind the court, there's two defendants here, though while we worked in concert in many ways, it is the position that we certainly could have used them in impeachment.
Three defendants.
Two defendants with respect to the presentation of the use of this evidence.
Okay. Just didn't want Mr. Goff to know that his argument went unheard by the court.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And I have sent that email with the screenshot of the discovery.
All right. All All right, we made it through one party. And any preliminary matters? Anything from Travis McMichael,
No, Your Honor.
from Greg McMichael,
No, Your Honor.
from Mr. Bryan?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not sure that I would describe it as an invitation from the court yesterday, but this morning we did file a motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors and otherwise interfere with a fair trial. The clerk has the original. I miscounted and did not make enough copies for the court to have a courtesy copy. It raises the same issues, perhaps with more authority than were raised previously, and the attached exhibits present the basis for the motion in more detail, perhaps, than had been provided the other day. And I think that given the nature of the issue, if the court's going to address it, it would be one that we addressed before we proceeded this morning. Certainly, if we're going to be documenting the individuals in the gallery for the rest of the trial, the sooner we start doing that, the better off we would be. Having said that, I also let the court know that, shocking as it may be, I desperately need a bathroom break. And I was going to suggest that perhaps the court would want to digest that motion and consider whether to allow any further argument about it at that time.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we will bring the jury back in. I understand the medical examiner is the next witness.
Correct, Judge.
Let's get to the witness in 10 minutes. All right, we're back on. The court's working through the issues presented, and I will get you the court's ruling as quickly as possible. I understand we are ready for the panel, though?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Defendants are all present, represented by counsel. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, good morning. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the state's next witness. Again, welcome back. Ms. Donikowski, you ready to go?
Yes, Judge. At this time, the state calls Dr. Donahue.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat.
All right, doctor, please state your name and spell it for the record.
I'm Dr. Edmund R. Donahue. Donahue is spelled Donoghue.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a physician and forensic pathologist.
All right, tell the jury what pathology is.
Pathology is the study of diseases and disease processes.
And what is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a subspecialty of the field of pathology that concerns itself with the examination of tissues removed at operations and the performance of autopsies.
All right, so tell us a little bit about your background as both a physician and as someone who's a forensic pathologist.
I'm a graduate of the University of Notre Dame. I graduated in 1966 with a Bachelor of Science degree in pre-professional studies. Following that, I attended Marquette, the Medical College of Wisconsin. I graduated in 1970 with the degree Doctor of Medicine. Next, I took a straight medical internship at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota from 1970 to 71. Following that, I took 2 years of training in the special field of anatomic pathology. That also was at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota from 1971 to 73. Next, I took a year of training in the special field of forensic pathology at the Office of the Medical Examiner of Wayne County, Michigan in Detroit. That was from 1973 to 74. Following that, I went on active duty with the United States Navy, and I took an additional year of training in the special field of forensic pathology at the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology from 1974 to 75.
And so what did you do after your service in the Navy?
After my service in the Navy, I went to work in the Office of the Medical Examiner of Cook County, Illinois. Initially, I was the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner, and in 1993, I was promoted to the Chief Medical Examiner. Cook County includes the city of Detroit. I stayed there until December 31st, 2006, when I retired from Cook County, but I wasn't ready to stop working, and I took a job with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Savannah, Georgia.
All right, so let me make sure I got this right, though, because I think you said Detroit. Cook County?
It includes the city of Chicago. Yes.
Chicago. All right, I wanted to make sure we got that.
Excuse me, you're correct.
All right, so we're talking Cook County, Illinois.
Illinois, yes.
All right, and so Cook County is all of Chicago.
All of Chicago and more.
All right, and so you were the Chief Medical Examiner there?
I was.
All right, so when you weren't ready to retire, you came down here to Georgia.
Yes.
And what year was that again?
Well, I started February 1st, 2007.
Right. And is that how you're still currently employed?
I am still currently employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, yes.
Excellent. So let me ask you this. Please explain to the jury what an autopsy is.
An autopsy is an examination performed after death. It consists of a detailed external examination of the body, including the clothing, if that's available. This examination can be supplemented by photographs and x-rays. Following the external examination, the body is open, and at this time, various body fluids are taken for examination for drugs or poisons. And following that, the internal organs are removed and examined.
Do you also look for natural diseases?
We do.
All right. And how many times have you been qualified as an expert witness in the court of law?
More than 1,000 times.
All right. And you're licensed to practice medicine here in Georgia?
Yes, I am.
Now, are you licensed to practice medicine in any other states besides Georgia?
Minnesota, Michigan, and Illinois.
Now, are there any specialty or medical specialty boards that you're a member of or have been certified by?
I've been certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology, and I've held that certification since 1976.
And are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, the American Society for Clinical Pathology, the College of American Pathologists, the U.S. and Canadian Academy of Pathology, the Georgia Medical Society, and I'm a long-distance member of the Chicago Medical Society.
All right. And have you ever been an officer or held any official position within any of these organizations?
I have. I've been president of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, the Georgia Medical Society, and the Chicago Medical Society.
Have you authored any scientific papers?
Yes, I have. I'm the author of about 30 papers, most of which have been published in the Journal of Forensic Sciences.
And what awards, if any, have you received due to your professional activities?
Well, while I was in the Navy, I received the Air Force Commendation Medal for my participation in the identification of the victims of the Pan Am KLM crash that occurred in the Canary Islands in 1977. We received the Air Force Accommodation Award because we perform the services on an Air Force base. I received the Milton Halpern Award from the National Association of Medical Examiners. I've received the Distinguished Forensic Science Award from the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
All right. And have you participated in any notable cases?
Well, in 1982, I was the doctor who went before the public and announced that Tylenol had been contaminated with cyanide in 1982. Also, during my tenure as the chief medical examiner, we had a heat wave in Chicago where more than 800 people died, and that received a lot of publicity. I did the octuple murder that occurred here in Glynn County near the Hofweil plantation in 2009, I believe.
So, Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender Dr. Donahue as an expert in anatomic and forensic pathology.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
He's admitted.
Right. So, Dr. Donahue, I'm going to direct your attention specifically to February 24th of 2020. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on Ahmaud Arbery?
Yeah, yes, I did.
All right. And what was his cause of death?
His cause of death was multiple shotgun wounds.
And how old was he at the time of his death?
He was 25 years of age.
What was his height?
He was 5 feet 10 inches.
And what was his weight?
His weight was 164 pounds.
And how would you describe the condition of his body?
Well, he was muscular and thin.
And how long were his arms?
His right arm measured from the axilla or the armpit to the first joint was 26.1 inches, and the left arm measured from the armpit to the first knuckle was 25.3 inches.
Right. Now, before we get into the actual autopsy, I want to ask you about your experience with motor vehicles and their ability to cause serious bodily injury to someone when used offensively. Have you had any experience with that?
I've had experience with, yes, motor vehicles striking pedestrians, yes.
And a motor vehicle striking pedestrian, can it cause serious bodily injury?
It certainly can.
And can it even cause death?
It can cause death.
All right. So taking you to the autopsy of Ahmaud Arbery, you mentioned that part of the autopsy is to take photographs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And were photographs taken in this particular case?
Yes, they were.
All right. Prior to coming in to court today, did you have the opportunity to take a look at State's Exhibit 2 through 23 and then 25 through 38?
Yes.
All right. And were they fair and accurate pictures of the autopsy of Ahmaud Arbery that was conducted on February 24th of 2020?
Yes, they were.
All right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 2 through 23 and then 25 through 38.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Third minute.
Right. Now, I want to make sure, when you first did your autopsy report, were you given any other evidence, meaning the homicide video or the frame-by-frame of the homicide video, for your review in conjunction with your autopsy report?
I was not.
All right. So you were just told, perform an autopsy on this young man without any real other evidence to review?
Yes. Could, Your Honor, could I have a glass of water?
Yes. We have. I think we've got a couple different people running in different directions. Looks like we've got some traction over there.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, I'm sure she'll bring the water in a moment. Is
That's
that all right?
fine, we can continue.
Okay, so when we're looking at State's Exhibit 2, what is the jury looking at here in State's Exhibit number 2?
State's Exhibit 2 is the legend board for an autopsy case in the medical examiner's office. It has the designation Coastal MEO, that stands for Medical Examiner's Office. It has the date, thank you very much, February 24th, 2020. And it has the individual case number that's assigned to every case for purposes of photographs and evidence control. So the case number was 2020-600-1183. And any pictures that are taken will have that case number in it, and any evidence that's taken will be labeled with that number so that they can be kept track of.
All right, so the Coastal Medical Examiner's Office, that's not like a local Glenn County medical examiner, right?
No, we actually are the medical examiner's office for about 25 counties here in southeastern Georgia.
And is the medical examiner's office part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
So that's the related Georgia Bureau of Investigation number at the bottom.
That is the case number, yes.
All right, so when the jury is looking at State's Exhibit number 3, what's the jury looking at here?
This is an identification photo of Ahmaud Arbery.
And when we look at the identification photo, is this taken so we know who this person is?
Yes.
Now, when we look at his face here, we have some things here, here, and here. In your medical opinion, what was the cause of those things?
Well, these are abrasions or scrapes, and they were caused by an unguarded fall.
What's an unguarded fall?
An unguarded fall is a fall where you have lost consciousness and fall to the ground without being able to put your arms out to protect yourself.
State's Exhibit number 4. What's the jury looking at here in States 4?
The jury is looking at the body tags on the body bag that that Ahmaud Arbery was transported in.
State's Exhibit number 5. What is the jury looking at here?
State's Exhibit number 5 is an overall picture of the almost the entire body of Ahmaud Arbery. And his clothing is on, and this is how the body came to the medical examiner's office.
All right, so when we're looking at this, we have then State's Exhibit 6. What do we have here?
State's Exhibit 6 is a picture of the head and upper torso of Ahmaud Arbery.
And right here, what do we have?
These are tears in the shirt.
All right, and then above here,
Those are bandanas.
State's Exhibit 7.
State's Exhibit 7 is the lower portion of the chest and the pelvic area and the thighs of Ahmaud Arbery.
And when the jury's looking at here, what are they looking at as far as this belt?
Well, there's a web belt, there are shorts, and then there are underwear shorts.
And then State's Exhibit 8.
State's Exhibit 8 is a photograph of the lower extremities, and there are Nike running shoes on the feet.
Now, what's this thing right here?
Well, that's a towel or a sheet.
And that came in with the body.
Yes, frequently the body will be transported wrapped in a sheet to facilitate the transport.
So now when we're looking at State's Exhibit number 9, what's the jury looking at here?
State's Exhibit number 9 is a photograph of Ahmaud Arbery after the blood has been cleaned off of the body. And in the center of the chest there is a shotgun wound, and in the left chest and left armpit there is a second shotgun wound.
And then we see this dark discoloration here by the second gunshot wound that you've described. Do you know what that is?
Well, I think that's abrasion due to clothing, and this occurs in the area around the armpit when the clothing is put under stress or tension.
So is that like a bruise, or is it more, you said an abrasion?
It's an abrasion. It's a scraping away of the top layer of the skin. A scratch would be the lay term for that.
So when we look at States 10, we're looking at States 10, what's the jury looking at there?
This is a photograph of the wound in the central portion of the chest.
All right, so when the jury's looking at this, what is all of this around here and in here?
Well, these are abrasions, scraping away of the top layer of the skin.
And what would be the cause of those?
Well, something contacted the skin in that area that scraped away the top layer of the skin.
Would it be consistent with pellets from a shotgun?
Yes.
Then, looking at States 11, what is the jury looking at here in States 11?
We're looking at the left chest and left armpit, and we're seeing a very large shotgun wound.
And then States 12, what is the jury looking at here in States 12?
Stage 12 is a grazing gunshot wound of the right wrist.
Now, is this particular wound lethal, meaning if he'd been shot just in the wrist, would he have died?
Well, he could have died because it involved the ulnar artery and nerve. However, in everyday practice, what you would do is put a tourniquet on the upper extremity, and you could stop the bleeding there.
So, would this bleed profusely?
It would bleed profusely because it's involved the ulnar artery, and so blood under pressure would spurt from this wound.
Is that known as arterial spurt?
Arterial spurt, yes.
Taking a look then at the other side of his hand, 13, what's the jury looking at there?
13 is the back of the right hand and shows some abrasions on the forearm and on the fingers. Yes.
All right, so when we're looking then at States 14, what do we have here?
States 14 shows the fingers and shows abrasions on the posterior surface of the fingers.
Do you have a medical opinion about how those particular abrasions occurred?
Yes, from looking at the frame-by-frame video, it's apparent that those occurred due to an unguarded fall when he was shot the third time.
All right, so this is caused because he fell down.
Yes.
And when we look here, do you have an opinion about this abrasion or this particular wound?
No opinion.
Okay. So then, looking at States 15, what do we have in this area?
Again, an abrasion or a scrape, and on this one, I don't really have an opinion about that one either.
I mean, you don't know how he got it.
I don't know how he got it.
And then, what is the jury looking at here with this particular area?
We're looking at some pellet exit wounds from the wound in the center of the chest. So the pellets passed through the chest cavity and exited on the lateral surface of the chest.
Okay, so when you say lateral surface of the chest, you're talking about
The side of the chest.
side of the chest.
And we can also see some pellets under the skin there at the top.
Right here?
Yes.
So then directing your attention to State's Exhibit 16. What are we looking at here?
Again, we're looking at the face, and he has a number of abrasions. He's got abrasions above the right eyebrow. He has abrasions at the lateral margin of the right eye. He has an abrasion on the lower eyelid that extends to the face. He has an abrasion on the nose on the right side. And then just above the upper lip, he has an abrasion or a scraping away of the top layer of the skin.
And once again, how are these created?
These are typical of an unguarded fall where the person can't get their hands out to protect themselves.
State's Exhibit 17, what's the jury looking at here?
State's Exhibit 17 shows the gunshot wound of the left chest and armpit.
Now, this particular gunshot wound on the left chest and armpit, was this a lethal shot? Meaning if just being shot alone, would this have caused his death?
This could have caused his death because it involved the axillary artery and axillary vein, which are large blood vessels that go to the upper extremity.
If he'd only been shot here in the upper armpit, is there anything law enforcement or EMS could have done to save his life at the scene?
I don't think so, no.
State's Exhibit 18, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at abrasions on the back of the left hand.
And do you have an opinion about how those were caused?
Those are likely caused again in the unguarded fall.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 19, what do we have up here at the very top?
The shotgun wound in the center of the chest.
All right. And then what do we have here?
That's a pellet exit wound. That's a pellet under the skin. Pellet exit. Pellet under the skin. Pellet under the skin. Pellet under the, or exit. Pellet exit. Pellet under the skin. Pellet under the, pellet exit and pellet under the skin.
And once again, this is all concentrated where?
On the side of the chest, the right side of the chest.
So then looking at 20, what is the jury looking at here on 20?
The right side of the chest again. You can see the nipple in the picture that'll help you orient yourself.
And once again?
Pellet under the skin, pellet exit.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 21, what is the jury looking at here?
We're looking at the right upper back and the back of the right, the left upper back and the posterior left shoulder.
And what is it that we have right here?
We have, it looks like 7 pellet exit wounds. We also have an old scar, a vertical scar.
And with regard to State's Exhibit 22, what's the jury looking at there?
This is a close-up of the 7 pellet exits.
Okay. State's Exhibit 23, let me go ahead and back this out. Is this the same lateral area on his side, just if he's turned over?
Yes, the body is now on its stomach, and we're looking at the right side of the chest.
So then, I think you noted he had on some running shoes. State's Exhibit 26, what are we looking at there?
These are the Nike running shoes that he had on.
State's Exhibit 25, what do we have here?
Those are the soles of the running shoes.
And then we also have State's Exhibit 27, what's the jury looking at there?
27 is the shorts and belt that he was wearing.
And which side of that is in State's 27? The front or the back?
It looks like the front.
And State's 28?
States 28, it looks like the back of the shorts.
And then State's 29, what do we have here?
It looks like blood.
State's Exhibit 30, what's the jury looking at there?
This is the T-shirt that he had on, and this is the front portion, and it shows at least 3 large defects.
So State's 31, what do we have here?
This is one of the defects in the shirt, the T-shirt.
Does this correspond to the shot underneath the arm?
Yes, it does.
Right. And then State's Exhibit 32, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the defects associated with the wound in the central chest.
Okay. I may have one moment. So moving on to State's Exhibit 33, what's the jury looking at here in 33?
This is the posterior side of the T-shirt. Up in the top are the pellet exits from the left upper back and shoulder. And there are some pellet exits visible on the right side.
Over here?
Yes.
So looking at State's Exhibit 34, are these the right shoulder pellet exits?
Left shoulder, yes.
Left shoulder. And then State's Exhibit 35, what are we looking at over here?
The right side pellet exits.
Then taking a look at State's Exhibit 36. Does State's Exhibit 36 correspond to what I'm handing you as State's Exhibit 343? Please take a look at that.
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 37, does that correspond to what is actually in State's 342?
Yes, it does.
Now, when we're looking at State's Exhibit 38, what is the jury looking at here in State's Exhibit 38?
You're looking at a total body x-ray taken on a machine known as the Lodox. You see shotgun pellets on the lower portion of the chest. That's the right lateral chest, or the right side of the chest. You also see shotgun pellets in the right chest and left chest and shoulder injury, shoulder area. There is a fracture of the humerus, and there's also a fracture of the scapula.
Since I'm not a doctor,
Well, the scapula is that bone that children think are their angel wings, where the angel wings attach.
so we're talking that thing back over here.
Yeah, right.
All right, so this was fractured.
Yes,
All right, and
Well-
then the humerus, is that this right here?
yes it is.
All right, that was fractured.
And you can compare that to the one on the other side and see the difference.
All right, so when you took a look at State's Exhibit 190, the video of the particular homicide, did you note anything in particular about his arm in relationship to what happened after this gunshot wound to the underarm area?
Yes, I did. In the video, after he is shot on the third shot, and from the autopsy, I know that involved the brachial plexus. He developed a very distinctive injury called Erb's palsy, which is a paralysis of the left arm, and it has a very specific sign. The forearm is rotated immediately, and the hand goes up like this in what is known as the waiter's tip position, like a waiter putting his hand out for a tip. And after the third shot, you see that, and that's due to the injury to the brachial plexus, which is a large complex of nerves that extends from the spinal cord to the upper extremity and has both sensory and motor neurons.
If I may have 1 moment. All right, so when you looked at the frame by frame still images from States 190, and then these would be contained in States 315, did you note some things that confirmed your assessment of his arm? Meaning
Yes,
in those photos?
yes, that would be the porter's tip or waiter's tip posture of the left hand.
So when we're looking at States Exhibit 315, number 860.
What you see in the area is the shirt is beginning to balloon out, and those are the shotgun pellets exiting the body.
States 315, number 861.
It's ballooning more.
315, number 862.
Yeah,
What's the jury looking at
there
here?
it's really ballooned out, the shirt.
States Exhibit 315, 863. What do we have there?
Looks like there's still some ballooning of the shirt.
States Exhibit 315, number 864.
Again, ballooning of the shirt.
And then moving forward from 864 to States Exhibit 315, this is number 880. What is the jury looking at there?
This is the picture that displays the Erb's palsy. The left arm is straight, and his wrist is flexed in the posterior position, the waiter's tip position, and that's due to the injury to the brachial plexus, to the nerves to the arm.
So what does this mean for his ability to use that left arm?
Well, he's paralyzed now, can't use that arm.
So that's due to this gunshot wound here and the breakage of that arm?
That's correct.
So I want to go ahead and take you through your process and development of your opinion in this particular case, okay?
Okay?
All right. So February 24th, 2020, you perform your autopsy and do the things that we've seen.
Yes.
Take the photos. Did you then create a report?
Yes, I did.
In that report, did you or were you able to provide any sequence of gunshots or gunshot wounds to Mr. Arbery?
No, I was not.
At that time, did you have the video?
No, I did not.
Okay. And at that time, did you develop and put in your report any opinion about the muzzle to target distance, meaning how far the muzzle was away from Mr. Arbery's body?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that wasn't in your initial report either.
That's correct.
Now, did you eventually provide at some point in time, after your initial report, an opinion about how far you thought the muzzle was from Mr. Arbery?
I did.
How did that come about?
Well, the defense attorney scheduled a Zoom video conference with me, and that question came up during the Zoom video conference.
What did they ask you to do?
They asked me to estimate the muzzle to target distance.
And at the time, prior to having the video or the frame-by-frame still shots, what was your opinion about the muzzle to target distance?
That it was about 3 to 4 feet.
And why was that your opinion at that time?
Well, I had done some research, and there is an excellent textbook on gunshot wounds by a doctor by the name of Vincent J.M. DeMaio. And he was the chief medical examiner in San Antonio, Texas. And in there he has a diagram of shotgun wounds, and the wounds at 3 feet look very much like the wounds I saw in the body. So
when we look back at State's Exhibit number 10, what about this particular wound in his torso that related to Dr. DeMaio's book that led you to believe that based on visual on the skin, the muzzle was about 3 to 4 feet away from his body?
well, the first thing was the size. It's a large wound. It measured 1.9 by 1.5 inches. There was a scalloping on the margins. Scalloping is the fluted edge like you see on a bivalve shell. And you can see some right there, what we call scalloping.
Am I pointing to the right part?
Up a little higher.
Up a little higher
Yeah,
here?
that area, yes.
Okay. And was that depicted in this textbook?
There was a diagram of that, yes.
And so based on that diagram, you rendered your opinion?
That seemed the closest. Closer wounds were round and not very large.
So at some point in time, did you inform the defense and the state about your opinion of the muzzle to target being 3 to 4 feet?
I did.
Okay. And moving forward, did it come to your attention that the state had requested Bryan Leopard to do a muzzle to target analysis based on the T-shirt in his field of expertise in firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And once he had rendered his opinion, what happened next?
Well, I got an email from Laura Hogue pointing out that Mr. Leopard had rendered an opinion that the gunshot wounds were contact or near contact, and asking me if I would like to take that into consideration in forming my opinion about the range of fire.
And did you decide to do that?
I did.
Okay. And given that Brian Leopard's opinion now differed from yours, did you then look at the video and the frame by frames?
I did.
Okay. Having then looked at the video and the frame by frame, did you come up with a different opinion based on those things?
Yes.
All right. And we're talking about the torso gunshot wound. What was your revised opinion, having now seen the video, as to the muzzle to target distance for this particular gunshot wound?
20 inches to 3 inches.
So 3 inches, but as far away as 20 inches.
That's correct.
Okay. So near contact or close range?
Yes.
Now, originally when you gave your report, you weren't able to say any sequence of shots.
That's correct. Almost never can a forensic pathologist tell the sequence of shots from the examination of the body.
But in this case, we have video.
Yes.
All right. And were you also able to view some crime scene photos as well?
I was.
Going down this path where you're revising your opinion based on this evidence you've been presented, the video and the frame by frame and the crime scene photos, did you then formulate an opinion on the sequence of shots?
I did.
All right, tell us what that opinion was.
Well, it was my opinion that the shot to the center of the chest and the grazing gunshot wound to the wrist occurred at the same time, meaning that the hand was in front of the chest and was struck first, and then it entered the body. It was my opinion that the second shot was a complete miss and did not enter any part of the body, and that the third shot involved the left chest and axilla.
All right, so I just want to make sure that we've got this. We're talking about State's Exhibit 9. We're talking about this gunshot wound right here.
Yes,
All right. And then that gunshot wound and State's Exhibit 12 to the right wrist happened at the same time.
at the same time, yes.
All right. So they happened at the same time. Would that be consistent with someone pushing a shotgun away from them?
It could be, yes.
Is it also consistent with someone maybe grabbing the shotgun?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Would it be consistent with someone pushing the shotgun up
Well, it came from the side, so,
the side?
yes, from the thumb to the little finger side, yeah.
All right, so the shotgun wound went from the thumb to the little side.
Yes,
Okay. Sort of like this?
that, well, then the shotgun would have to be tangential, you know.
You go ahead and show them what you
Well,
mean.
it could be like that, or you'd have to get it going across, and it'd also have to enter the body. This is one that could be done, yeah, like that,
Okay. So coming around this way.
yes.
Okay. Not necessarily coming around this way. A little awkward?
Yes,
Okay. But it's your opinion that the hand was definitely between the muzzle of the shotgun and Mr. Arbery's torso?
well, it had to be for the injury to occur.
Okay. Now, was this a static situation where everybody just froze, or was this a fluid situation based on your viewing of the video where everybody's moving?
Well, no, there was quite a bit of movement.
Okay. But you couldn't see actually the movement?
No, the movement was blocked by the pickup truck. The first shot occurred in front of the pickup truck, and the camera was behind the pickup truck, so the pickup truck blocked most of the interaction, although you can see the feet under the pickup truck, And every once in a while, you get a picture of the shoulder moving through the windshield.
All right, so did you find additional evidence within the video and the still shots to corroborate the fact that this kind of movement and the wrist was shot at the same time the torso shot happened?
I did.
All right, so let's take a look at that. Once again, going back to State's Exhibit 315. Taking a look at State's Exhibit 315, image 645. What's the jury looking at here?
Well, you're seeing you're seeing Ahmaud Arbery and the defendant struggling, and I believe you're seeing blood on the front of Ahmaud Arbery's T-shirt.
All right, so is that blood spreading due to the torso shot?
Yes.
Right. Then when we look at State's 315, 649, what is it that we've got going on, like right here?
I think that is blood coming from the wound in the wrist.
Arterial spurt?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 315, 650. What do we have again right here?
Another arterial spurt of blood coming from the wrist.
State's Exhibit 315, 654. What is the jury looking at there?
A blood spurt from the wrist.
State's Exhibit 315, number 656.
A very large blood spurt.
And when you say large blood spurt, you're talking about this?
Yes.
This is all coming from his wrist?
Yes.
Now, when we look at State's Exhibit 315, 670, what are we looking at there?
Well, a very large blood spurt coming down.
Are you sure that's not his belt with that weird, like, long
Well,
green belt thing?
His belt is in there, but the down here at the bottom and air, that appears to be a liquid. The belt has got a straight edge on it.
All right, so when we look at State's Exhibit 315, 671,
Now there's the belt, and the liquid has separated in the picture.
State's 315, 672,
There, it's separated even farther and moving to the ground.
all right, so when we look at State's Exhibit 315, 671A, we're talking about separation right here,
Yes,
and then 315, 672A, that's actual separation.
yes.
And that form it's in, what does that tell you about it?
Well, it looks like a liquid and it's falling to the ground.
And these images were taken before the second and third gunshot blast.
That is correct.
So when you looked at the crime scene photos, let me see if I can find the exact one. There we go. So when we look at State's Exhibit 51, what are we looking at there?
Well, we're looking at evidence tape surrounding the crime scene. We're looking at the body covered by a sheet. And over on the driveway, there appears to be a blood stain.
All right, and if we move this way,
And on the street, there is another blood stain.
okay. So on the video, you don't see anybody fall down and roll around to get blood from the t-shirt onto the ground.
I do not.
All right, so what's your opinion about how these blood stains happened?
Well, I think they came from the arterial injury to the right wrist.
And so that would include in states 65.
Yes.
And then again, when we're looking in states 68
Yes.
over to there. Now, when we're talking about the gunshot wound to the upper arm here, do you also have an opinion about whether this was contact, near contact, or close range for this particular one, based on having seen the video?
Based on having seen the video, I think it's close range to near contact.
Because you can actually see that gunshot.
Well, you see the gun moving up. It's difficult to tell when the trigger is pulled.
So I guess let's do this.
Mhm.
So just figure out timing for this witness for the morning. Let's just take a short, let's take a 10-minute recess. And that way we'll be able to get through the morning. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess and then continue with the testimony of the witness.
All right, sir.
All right. You know, have a seat. Doctor, I remind you that you're under oath. We're going to take about a 10-minute recess. If you could just be available in 10 minutes. Just figured timing-wise, it just sort of works for the morning. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Just want to make the court aware, I have broken these down further if the court wants to, need to show these to the state. I know the state's in the middle of a difficult examination, but I have broken these down further.
Yeah, it can be discussed at some point. It's up to the parties.
seat, please.
Just been left alone. Apparently it's a slow roll. All right, we've got, say ready to go?
Yes, Judge.
All right, got the defense, the defendants present, represented by counsel. We got the witness back on the stand. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
Your Honor, the court has no objection. Ms. Burton can come in when she's ready.
Discussed previously, that's fine.
All right for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Stay ready to proceed
Yes, Judge.
from the state.
Thank you. So, Dr. Donahue, during the autopsy, what personal items were found in Mr. Arbery's clothing, if any?
No personal items were found, no phone, no wallet, no weapons,
Nothing?
nothing.
And the projectiles that we've already talked about that were in State's Exhibits 342 and 343, they were sent internally within the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, but to,
We haven't talked about all of the projectiles.
all right, let's go ahead and talk about all the projectiles.
Well, we found something that looked like black plastic fibers in the wound to the chest and axilla or armpit. And this was sent to the crime lab for identification, and it turned out to be botanical material, meaning some sort of plant. That's just another thing. That's a very unusual thing to remove from a shotgun wound. And
All right, so let's talk about this. When you first were examining his body, this stuff that turned out to be botanical material, where was it?
well, it was within the wound.
The one up here in the
In
left
the,
armpit?
Yes.
Like how far up in the left armpit?
Well, I don't remember exactly, but it was not on the surface.
Okay, not on the surface. All right. In addition, when you first described it, what did you think it was?
I thought it was black plastic fibers because I could only presume that it came from a shotgun shell, and usually the things in the shotgun shell are either lead or plastic.
So you sent it off to the trace section,
Yes,
but they determined it was botanical material.
yes.
Do you have any opinion about how botanical material would have gotten up into the wound track on Mr. Arbery underneath his left armpit.
And it was black, so it leads me to believe that it somehow had gotten into the barrel of the shotgun, possibly why they were struggling, and maybe pointed it down into the ground and came up with this botanical material.
So we've talked about the botanical material and the pellets that we are looking at in those two exhibits sent off to Bryan Leopard.
That's correct.
Now, here's the thing. Once Mr. Arbery had been shot in the torso right here, how in the world did he keep moving?
Well, this is what is called the flight or fight reaction. And when you run into a situation that is stressful or that you're afraid of or is going to cause anxiety, your body will, the amygdala in the brain will correlate a flight or fight response. So it stimulates the adrenal glands to secrete adrenaline and noradrenaline and cortisol. And this has the effect of raising your heart rate, raising your blood pressure, dilating your pupils, even your acuity for hearing improves. It also shuts down the blood supply to the bowel or the gut, so that more blood can go to the muscles. And this prepares you either to run or to fight.
Okay. So, if Mr. Arbery had been under a very stressful situation for 5 minutes, okay, and we're talking fight or flight takes place, has he already got that adrenaline going in his system at that point?
He would, as soon as he realized that there was a threatening situation, that response would start.
Okay. And flight, meaning I gotta run away.
Right.
Okay. What happens when you can't run away anymore?
Well,
I'm going to object. Beyond this witness's expertise, the area in which he's been qualified, and it's asking for speculation.
Lay a foundation, it's sustained unless there's a foundation.
Do you have the expertise to address that particular issue of why someone who can no longer flee or run away would turn and fight?
well, it's,
Objection, that was not his testimony, Your Honor. His testimony was after the first shot, what would have allowed his body to continue to move. What Ms. Dunikoski is now asking about is whether or not how he reacted before the first shot, and that's not a proper area for inquiry with this witness.
I'd sustain the objection asking for a foundation. I understand you were trying to lay a foundation.
That's what I was trying to
Depends
do.
on the foundation. See what his expertise and knowledge is.
And that's what I'm just gonna ask. Doctor, do you have the expertise and knowledge based on all your years as a medical examiner, forensic pathologist, to address fight or flight responses?
well, it's the fight or flight response. So after you could no longer flee, you might fight.
Now, anatomically, when we're talking about having been shot right here in the torso, okay, did those pellets hit his or pierce his heart at all?
They did not pierce his heart.
Okay, so the heart's still beating.
The heart's still beating.
What did they pierce within his torso?
Well, they got the fifth right, the anterior, well, first of all, they got the lower portion of the sternum, the breastbone. They've got the anterior fifth right rib, the fifth right intercostal space, that's the space between the fifth and sixth ribs. It got the anterior sixth right rib. It got the right middle lobe of the lung, the right lower lobe of the lung, and then it got the lateral 6th through 10th right ribs and the corresponding 6th through 9th intercostal spaces.
So did it break ribs 5 through 10?
Yes.
All right, so all the ribs over here got broken, 5 through 10.
Yeah. Yes.
What happens when you break all of these ribs over on the right lateral side?
Well, it becomes difficult and painful to breathe. And also, there is the intercostal arteries run on the lower edge of those ribs, so you would bleed into the chest cavity.
All right, so when we see Mr. Arbery with all the blood underneath him at the crime scene, was that due to that blood into the basically chest cavity?
Yes.
All right. So the gunshot wound to this torso, was that a fatal gunshot wound? If he had never gotten this one under the arm, would that one in the middle of his torso have killed him?
Yes.
Was there anything EMS or the officers could have done on the scene to save his life from the torso shot?
Well, they could put an occlusive dressing on the large defect, but you would still have the exit defects in the back of the chest. And they couldn't do anything about the bleeding as long as the heart was beating.
So would he have just, in other words, is there anything they could have done on scene to save his life?
No.
And then I think lastly we have State's Exhibit 413. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 413. I'm just going to show you the exterior of the bag. Prior to coming in here today, were you able to examine all of the items collected from Mr. Arbery, including his clothing and the shoes?
Yes, I was.
All right, and is what's contained in State's 413 the shoes that you collected from Mr. Arbery?
Yes.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence, State's 413.
No objection.
Judge, I object on relevance grounds. What's the relevance of these tennis shoes?
Relevance of these tennis shoes is to demonstrate that he wasn't.
Objection, Your Honor, if this is going to be a speaking response to this objection, we would ask that it be done outside the presence of the jury. This is an issue the court's been very clear about.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could just step into the jury room for just a moment.
All right for the jury.
Ms. Donkoski.
Your Honor, the state does not wish to put in a large amount of his clothing due to the contamination situation. So we're not going to put in the belt and the pants and the t-shirt or anything like that. They have photos of them, of those items. The shoes in the state's opinion are relevant because the state's argument is going to be simple, that Mr. Arbery, based on the evidence, when he would visit 220 Satilla Drive for a few moments and go in, would take off running into the neighborhood. That's the evidence. So this, of course, shows that that particular day he had running shoes on. This was what he was wearing. He walked up to the residence and then he ran away. And these are just the shoes that he was wearing. So it's evidence of what he had on that particular day, his running shoes.
It's a backdoor way of entering into evidence what the court has already ruled so far the state can't do, which is to argue that Mr. Arbery is a jogger in the neighborhood. There is no relevance of the shoes in and of themselves. It didn't inform this doctor of anything he had to do in performing his autopsy. If the state wants to argue that Mr. Arbery is a jogger based on the fact that he's wearing tennis shoes, then we should have the right to provide, again, that alternative explanation for why he's running.
I join in with Mr. Rubin's objection for all of those reasons and reiterate now for the third time, the shoes and their condition and the type of shoes they are is just another way of saying to the jury, look how much he runs. He runs all the time. Therefore, that's what he was doing on 2/23/20 when they encountered him in Satilla Shores. If that's the relevance of the shoes, the state hasn't said it quite that way, but that's the only relevance of them it could be. It opens the door to us to say, well, then let's give you some alternative views for why he would be running in Satilla Shores on 2/23/20, what we had an argument about the other day and the court made a ruling. This isn't the same type of evidence the state's trying to introduce now.
Based on the state's explanation of why they're tendering this exhibit, we will join in the objection of the McMichael defendants. I'm very concerned about these shoes going out to the jury. My understanding these are in fact Max Air Nikes. Most but not all of these brand of running shoes, these athletic shoes, are running shoes. Some of those branded shoes are shoes for other events, such as basketball. Now we're going to be sending back these shoes without any expert testimony or other testimony establishing what kind of shoe they are for the uninformed and unguided speculation of the jury as to whether these are in fact running shoes or not. There's been no testimony, and unless there's something in the discovery I didn't see, there's been nothing presented as to the tread or the composition of these shoes to establish that they're running shoes. We're just going to send them back to the jury and ask them to speculate about it. That's highly improper. And I agree with the McMichaels. It's going to open the door to all kinds of testimony that I thought the state didn't want to get into. I object at this point to the tender of these shoes.
I won't tender the shoes. That's fine.
Okay. If I understand, the tender's withdrawn.
Hmm?
The tender's withdrawn then?
Yeah, I'll withdraw it. That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, let's go,
Yeah, could we inquire though whether the photograph of the shoes that was used in the opening statement, and apparently has been introduced somewhere along the way here, hasn't already done the same thing the actual shoes have done, so that the state will now think, well, we can go ahead and argue in closing argument by showing the photo of the shoes, what they argued in an opening statement, and that is he's an avid jogger. Again, we don't dispute that he was an avid jogger. We just dispute whether we can now offer an alternative explanation for his running on a particular day and place. So if withdrawing them now still leaves the state open to making that argument in closing, if they're indicating that's what they plan to do, then the door's open. And we should be allowed to give alternate explanations for his running on 2/23/20.
Well, as I understand it, the state has withdrawn the tender of these shoes, so that's not an issue. As far as opening the door, whatever evidence is in, and as far as the court is concerned, that door has not been opened. So let's go ahead and get the panel.
Yeah, if I may just to clarify then, if we don't know whether that's the argument in closing until they get to the closing and the evidence has been closed, then we've lost our opportunity to provide an alternate explanation for what I anticipate will be an argument by the state to the jury.
No, the door has not been opened. If that's an argument that's made simply based on a pair of shoes that Mr. Arbery was wearing, that's what he was wearing at the time in the neighborhood. But there's other evidence that can be argued. So no, it has not opened the door to matters that have not come into this point.
May I inquire though, Your Honor, because I'm really trying to follow with you and perfect the record, not arguing with the court. The shoes, though, are of particular evidentiary concern to the state and obviously therefore to the defense. His belt is of no concern. His shorts are of no concern. The shirt's value is minimal. It just shows where he was shot. his underwear is of no concern. The shoes, though, are critical, as I see it, to the state's argument that they've set up from opening statement forward. So I'm not sure what the court's saying. Other evidence that has been introduced has to do with the evidentiary value of the shoes. And of course, the shoes themselves now are being withdrawn, but the photos in, the argument's been laid. I think the door's been opened already. That's our position, Your Honor.
All right, I don't know, the court has specifically said, based on what I understand of the evidence at this point, the door has not been opened.
A related point, Your Honor. Under Georgia law, the state has the opportunity to open and close. In this part of the state, prosecutors typically waive the opening portion. I think Ms. Dunikowski has indicated that she's not going to waive the opening portion. My concern is the court has discretion over closing arguments, and I would ask the court to require the state, if they're going to address this running shoe argument in their closing, that they do it in the first half or first portion of their closing, so that defense counsel can hear the state's argument for the first time before we have to respond. Otherwise, the state's going to come in after everybody's rested and throw this argument out there, and we're not going to have any options other than to try and object to it. And it's a notice issue, not just a fairness issue, not just whether it's based on the evidence. It's a due process fairness issue for the state to come in after all the defendants already rested in the trial and put forth some novel argument, some clever argument based on these photographs with respect to these running shoes. The court has the discretion to require that argument, if it's going to be made prior to defense counsel having to give their closing statements, unless the court's planning to allow us to reopen and re-argue the case after the state is done.
Why don't we reach this at some point that's more relevant to where we are in the trial? I'd like to get the jury back in to finish this witness's testimony. The state has withdrawn its tender. If you want to raise that matter later, you're welcome to do so, and we can address that. Let's go get the panel.
All right from the jury. Please be seated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I understand the state is withdrawing your tender.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Davis.
Dr. Donahue, what was Ahmaud Arbery's cause of death?
It's my opinion that Ahmaud Arbery died of multiple shotgun wounds.
I'll pass the witness.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Donahue, my name is Bob Rubin. We spoke on the phone way back in March of 2021. I don't know if you recall.
I recall.
Okay. And then I think we spoke just about a month ago in October, shortly before trial began. Do you recall that as well?
I don't recall that.
You remember being on a phone call with Ms. Hogue in
Yeah,
October?
yes, I do.
You may not have known, but I was on that call too.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for being here today. I want to ask you a couple questions just about your background. You were the medical examiner and then chief medical examiner in Cook County, Illinois.
That's correct.
And during that time, is it fair to say, Dr. Donahue, that you saw dozens, maybe hundreds of cases, maybe more than that, of gunshot wounds?
Yes, that would be fair.
And of those gunshot wounds, the subcategory of shotgun wounds, would it be fair to say you saw at least dozens of those?
Well, shotgun wounds were less frequent.
So less than the gunshot wounds total, but still a substantial number?
Yes.
Okay. And over the years, it's your, and even in your time with the GBI, it's your practice to, in examining a body before autopsy, is to start kind of from the outward and work your way in.
That's correct.
Okay. In this case, going back to February 24th, 2020, Mr. Arbery was brought into your autopsy room, correct?
Yes.
Photographs of the outside of his body were taken by staff.
Yes.
And you have a death investigator working for you.
Yes.
And her name is Shannon Walden.
Yes.
Okay. Does Ms. Walden still work with you?
Yes.
Okay. And you have other staff as well that help you with the autopsy process.
That is correct.
Okay. When Mr. Arbery came in, did you have some information about what happened in Satilla Shores on February 23rd?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And tell us who provided you the information.
Well, Alexis Brown, who is a death investigation specialist, was contacted by Deputy Coroner Christy Rozier of Glynn County.
So Ms. Rozier from Glynn County Coroner's Office gave information to Ms. Brown, who works for you.
That is correct.
And passed that on to you.
We wrote a report, yes.
Ms. Brown wrote a report.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that there was a video of the shooting in Satilla Shores?
I was not.
Okay. When was the first time you were made aware of that video?
I don't recall. It was certainly after I wrote the report.
It was after you wrote the report. Of course, the video itself became public in April of 2020.
Well, that's probably when I heard about it, yes.
When it hit the news, did you connect it to Mr. Arbery's case?
Well, I would have connected it to Mr. Arbery's case, yes.
Okay. So that was May or June, would that be fair to say, of 2020?
Well, I'll have to go with you because I have no recollection exactly when it was.
Okay. Did Ms. Brown, Ms. Walden, or you say at that point, oh my gosh, we have a video of the shooting, let's go back because we could amend our report?
No, I don't think anybody said that.
Okay. Was there anything preventing you from obtaining a copy of the video from Glynn County Police or the GBI so that you could look at the video and compare it to your report to see if you did want to be more accurate in your analysis of the case?
Well, there was nothing preventing us from doing it, but I don't think we saw any reason to do it.
Okay. No reason, I guess, because your report was your report.
Well, I don't understand that question.
Well, you changed your opinion on a couple matters after viewing the video.
Yes.
So when you say there was no reason to look at it in May, June, July, August, September, etc., I'm not sure I understand your answer.
Well, I can tell you when I first saw the video, it wasn't broken down into individual frames, and it was really difficult to tell exactly what was going on. It was so fast.
Okay. Did you ever contact the GBI and say, hey guys, when you slow this down, or when you do break it down or get it enhanced, call me up, because I'd love to look at that.
No, I never said that.
So on February 24th, you did your autopsy and you examined the shirt as we saw in the photographs. And then the shirt was sent to the crime lab, was it not?
Yes,
To be examined by crime scene analysts, not crime scene analysts, by GBI crime lab technicians like Bryan Leopard.
well, yes,
You knew at the time you did the autopsy that Mr. Arbery was wearing the shirt, right?
yes,
And you knew that since you were examining shotgun blasts, shotgun shots, that shirt came between the muzzle of the gun and his skin.
yes,
Okay. Did you then at that point request Mr. Leopard to examine the shirt to see what he found in the shirt?
I did not.
Wouldn't that be standard procedure when there's an article of clothing between a shotgun or a gunshot and the skin of the individual?
No, it is not standard procedure.
Did you later learn that Mr. Leopard in fact did an examination of the shirt and came to a different conclusion than you did in terms of muzzle to target distance?
I did.
Okay. When did you first become aware of Mr. Leopard's conclusion that it was a contact or near contact wound?
I believe on September 23rd of this year.
Of 2021?
Yes,
So if he testified yesterday that he came to his conclusion, I think in June of 2021,
yes,
he didn't call you.
that's correct.
The GBI didn't call you.
That's correct.
This Cobb County District Attorney's Office didn't call you
That is also correct.
to see if it would make any difference. It was Laura Hogue who contacted you to see if Mr. Leopard's conclusions would impact your analysis.
Well, no, I found this out on the 23rd. Laura Hogue contacted me on the 29th
Of September.
of September, yes.
Okay. Prior to, well, you found out from who?
Well, we had a pretrial meeting with the prosecutor, and Bryan Leopard was there.
Okay, so that's the first time, September of this year, a couple months ago, is the first time you understood.
That's correct.
Okay. For everybody's concern, I'm not going to touch the shotgun in evidence, but I have a very poor simulation, just a piece of tubing.
Okay.
Your initial analysis of target to muzzle distance was 3 to 4 feet,
That's correct.
based on the wounds that you saw.
That's correct.
And 3 to 4 feet would be approximately this distance.
From where to where?
Well, I'm sorry, from here to the front of the bench. Does that look about right?
Looks a little long. Yeah, probably about that.
Does that look
Yeah.
about right?
Yes.
That's a big difference in analyzing a case from inches.
Yes.
Okay. When you examined Mr. Arbery, I think you testified that he was 5'10", 164 pounds, muscular.
Yes.
And you may not have testified it, but you found in your examination he had tattoos along both arms. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did you analyze that tattoos at all and provide that information to law enforcement?
I did not. We photographed the tattoos, though.
And provided your photographs to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. He was wearing tan cargo shorts.
Yes.
He had on a camouflage bandana, right?
Around his neck, yes.
And a tan bandana.
Yes.
Also around his neck or somewhere
Yeah,
else?
around his neck.
So 2 bandanas. In examining his body, did you note that his toenails were very long and dirty.
I did.
You've testified to the 3 wounds that you found. Center
Yeah.
chest, left upper shoulder armpit area,
Yes.
and I know these are not the technical terms that you
No, those are fine.
and then the right wrist going from thumb to pinky graze along the right hand.
Yes.
Am I saying that right? I think you used the term radial to ulnar,
Radial to ulnar or thumb to little finger.
thumb to little finger. And would it be accurate to say that the path was along that way, or are you saying it was
No,
this way?
the path was, it was kind of triangular, and it was, the axis would be perpendicular to the long axis of the arm.
Could you show that again for the jury?
Well, we have a picture of it. I think that would be the best way to show it.
You want me to go through 1,095 pictures?
And I don't. Maybe I could do it.
Well, let me see if I can easily
Yeah.
access the photo. Oh, it's right on top.
Okay, that's the picture.
So is it going like that?
Well, I think the picture speaks for itself.
Well, I'm asking you if
Well-
you could help us here.
Why don't you let him sit down, maybe use a pen to show what he would describe.
No problem with that at all. Dr. Donahue, can you step down and maybe help us?
Step down.
If you sit down, the document's right there in the document camera.
Okay,
Let me get this door for you.
thank you.
State's Exhibit 12.
Okay, States Exhibit 12 shows the wrist and the thumb.
You're gonna do me a favor and just put your pen so we can see it on the board.
Okay, there it is.
Okay.
And that is going from the thumb side to the little finger side.
Okay. And I guess my question is that like straight across?
It's
Or
well,
is it at an angle?
It looks like it's a triangular wound. It's expanding as it goes farther.
Okay. And so what does that tell you about that wound?
Well, it tells you that it probably started on this side and the shot dispersed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. You knew at the time of your report in April that the gunshot wounds on Mr. Arbery's body were the result of a struggle over a shotgun.
Yes.
Okay, and you knew that from the information gathered by, I think you said Alexis Brown.
Let me just check on that. Well, it says an altercation that resulted in him being shot multiple times.
Well, it says a struggle over the shotgun in your report, does it not?
In my report.
On page page 5 of your report, didn't you state that the 25-year-old black male Ahmaud Arbery died of multiple shotgun wounds sustained during a struggle for a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. So you were aware at the time you wrote the report that there was a struggle over a gun?
Yes.
You were aware, were you not, that Mr. Arbery in fact had his hand on the shotgun?
Well, if there was a struggle, I guess he did. I didn't have any video of the incident.
Okay. And the video wouldn't change that. You saw, in fact, in the video and in the frame-by-frame, a struggle over the gun.
Right.
You saw in the frame-by-frame that Mr. Arbery had his hand on the shotgun, correct?
Yes.
You saw in the video and in the frame-by-frame that even with the wound to the wrist, Mr. Arbery was able to swing punches and hit Travis McMichael.
Yes,
Nothing about the radial artery or the wound that we saw in Exhibit 12.
ulnar artery,
What did I say?
Radial.
Radial artery, not radial artery, ulnar artery.
yes.
Okay, nothing about that wound, the blood spurting, or any other damage to the tissue prevented Mr. Arbery from holding the gun with one hand and swinging and hitting Mr. McMichael with the other hand.
That's correct.
Of course, as the medical examiner, it's not your concern of what led up to that moment.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
You don't know what happened at Larry English's house.
No.
You don't care what happened at Larry English's house.
Well, I don't know that I don't care.
Because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't ask about what happened at Larry English's house. No one reported it to you.
Well, there was television coverage of that.
I mean officially.
Oh, no, officially, no.
Okay. It wouldn't change your opinions in this case. You're looking at the body and reporting as a scientist what you see on the body.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever reconcile with Bryan Leopard why you came to the conclusion that the chest wound that you examined, that the target to muzzle distance of the chest wound, in your opinion, is from 20 to 3 inches, and Mr. Leopard's opinion is it's either a contact or near contact, which he describes as an inch? Did you ever reconcile that?
Well, I told him that I thought that he was shot through the wrist in front of the chest. And no, I guess we never reconciled that. Although, I felt because we kind of agreed because we both said it could be a close contact wound.
So the one area of agreement that you have in your muzzle to target distance is you both agree it's at some point it could be within an inch to 3.
It's possible, yes.
Okay.
I said 3 inches. Yeah.
You said 3,
Yeah,
but he testified to 1, and you disagree with that opinion.
Well, I don't disagree with it, but my opinion is 3.
Okay.
Because you have the wrist there. You can't get any closer.
So let's talk about that for a second.
Okay.
You were asked by the GBI back in May if you could determine the sequence of shots.
Yes.
And through Shannon Walden, you reported to Lawrence Kelly, that's his right name, Agent Kelly, that you could not determine the sequence of shots, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You were asked actually by the FBI in July of 2020 if you had an opinion about the sequence of shots, right?
Yes.
And you reported to the FBI that no, you don't have an opinion as to sequence of shots, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, by July of 2020, certainly, you were aware there was a video.
Yes.
Did you say to the FBI, you guys, if you want an opinion, bring me the video, and I'll look at it for you?
Well, that's not how it runs. Usually there's a prosecutor who will contact us and we'll talk about the case, and at that time it might come up, but we don't continue to work on these cases if there's nothing happening.
Okay, but you were being contacted now by 2 investigative agencies and asked your opinion. You were aware they wanted your opinion about this.
Well, I'm not sure why they wanted my opinion about it. In fact, the people should know generally we do not have opinions about the order of the shots.
It actually is something that's fraught with danger for a medical examiner to give an opinion about the order of shots.
The medical examiner just can't do that. I don't know how he could do it.
Right.
This is an exceptional circumstance where there's a video.
Right. And that's what you told the FBI. Is we don't do that. That's not something our office does.
Correct.
Okay. But once you were provided the video, you now, as you've testified, do have an opinion about the order of shots.
Yes.
Okay. And it's based on your analysis of the frame-by-frame photographs from the video.
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Dunikoski pose to you a couple hypotheticals of how Mr. Arbery's wounds were in fact inflicted, right? One question was, could the wound to the wrist, which you've described now for the jury and shown them, have occurred because Mr. Arbery swiped the gun and somehow the shot was from his thumb to his pinky?
Well, that's not exactly what she asked me. I don't, and I think I answered that question with a no, didn't
I think you did.
I? Okay.
Okay. Another alternative explanation, would you agree, is that Mr. Arbery in fact grabbed the gun, and when the gun was pulled back and fired, it could have caused the injury.
That could have happened, yes.
And that is consistent with
The injury is to the wrist, though.
would have been more like that.
Yes.
Okay. And that's consistent with the video and the frame-by-frame analysis that you've seen in this case.
Well, I don't know, I couldn't see where that happened. It happened in front of the truck. So-
Right. So you're doing your best to give opinions, but you really couldn't see.
Well, I know the location of the wound, and I know that it bled.
So when you do see the wound to the wrist, it's already to the left of the truck as we're facing.
Well, I don't know that all I see is the blood coming from the wound at the wrist.
Right. And I mean, that's what informed you was the blood.
Right.
The arterial spurt.
Yes.
Okay. My question is it consistent with the wrist wound for Mr. Arbery to have grabbed the gun and the gun been pulled back by Mr. McMichael when it was fired?
That's possible.
That would have explained both the injury to the wrist and the injury, the close contact or near contact or 3-inch wound or distance.
Allow room for the wrist, and we're
Right.
agreed.
Couple inches.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Wood, was all the jury able to see that?
You testified today. By the way, I don't know, from looking at the video in your analysis for this case, did you determine how many times Mr. Arbery punched Mr. McMichael?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't count it?
I did not.
Okay. In testifying about Mr. Arbery's actions after being shot, let me back up a second. You watched the video and saw him, despite having a shotgun wound to the chest, which was fatal.
The chest and the wrist, yeah.
And the wrist. He's still able to push Mr. McMichael through the truck off screen from the video.
Yes.
Some 10 feet or more from what you can see on the video.
Yes.
Still able to punch and grab the gun at the same time he's punching from the video.
Yes.
And you described the adrenaline that Mr. Arbery could have had, which could explain why he's able to continue doing that.
Yes.
And I think you described it as a fight or flight response.
That is correct.
Now, again, you don't know what preceded what you saw on the video, right? In terms of what Mr. Arbery had been doing beforehand.
Well, there's a lead into the video. He was obviously running.
He was running towards Mr. McMichael.
He was running toward the truck.
Well, did you see Mr. McMichael in the video?
Yes.
Okay. He's actually running towards Mr. McMichael, is he not?
Well, I don't know that he was running toward Mr. McMichael. He went around the right side of the truck.
Went around the right side of the truck and then cut left.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you see to the right of Mr. Arbery a yard, a neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not saying in looking at the video that he couldn't have continued to run, right?
Objection, speculation, and by the way, I think the jury can go ahead and see and determine what Mr. Arbery could or could not have done.
I think Dr. Donahue's testimony was in describing fight or flight that after he could no longer flee, he could fight. And I'm asking him, is there any evidence that Mr. Arbery could no longer flee?
So you're asking what that's based upon?
What his testimony was based upon.
Go ahead.
Okay.
What, could you repeat the question?
Sure. I believe you testified on direct examination that someone in the fight or flight mode, when they can no longer flee, can fight.
They can,
Okay.
yes.
You didn't see any evidence that Mr. Arbery could no longer flee, right?
Well, no, I didn't.
Okay. You examined his body. He was a muscular 25-year-old man, right?
Yes,
Looked to be in good shape from the autopsy, physical shape.
yes,
Okay. And so there was nothing physically preventing him from continuing to run, right?
no,
And nothing, in fact, from the video you examined from the neighborhood preventing him from running.
that's correct.
Okay. You described the basis for the adrenaline dump and cortisol running through his veins as caused by stress.
Or
right?
fear,
Or fear,
yes.
anger.
Anger too, yes.
Okay. And you have no idea what he was afraid of at that point in time, correct?
Well, there's a man holding a shotgun out there.
Right? So could have been afraid of being shot,
And there was a man following him in a pickup truck.
right? Could have been afraid of being caught.
Caught, I don't understand.
Do you know if Mr. Arbery was afraid of being caught?
I don't.
Right? You don't know what you don't know.
Well, yes, I don't know what I don't know.
Okay. You testified that there was nothing that could be done on scene that could save Mr. Arbery's life. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
The phrase you used when you talked to us in March is he was essentially dead before he hit the ground.
Yes,
Excuse me 1 minute. Thank you, Dr. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Any additional questions from the defendants?
Not from Mr. McMichael.
Not from Mr. Bryan.
Any redirect from the state?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further from the state. Of course, we reserve the right to recall the doctor.
Thank you, doctor. You can go ahead and step down. You are subject to recall.
thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is noon. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. We'll break until 1 o'clock, and then we'll continue with the evidence at that time. Thank you.
All right for the jury. Please seated.
Anything from the state before recess?
No, Your Honor.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
Very well.
From Mr. Bryan.
There you are.
All right, we're in recess then until 1 o'clock. Thank you. back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. Let everybody get settled for just a second. Nope, we're not on yet. Now we're on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. All right, everybody settled in. Anything from the state before we just move forward?
Nothing from the state.
From Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
Your Honor, we still have the motion from this morning before Your Honor. I believe the court has discretion if and when the court wants to hear from us.
Which? Now, I've got a matter under advisement, which was I'll just generally refer to it as the certified records that the court was looking at.
Your Honor, I believe I referred, Your Honor, earlier today to the motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors and otherwise interfere with a fair trial. That was a somewhat lengthy motion that I filed.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it hasn't clicked in my head yet. I was waiting for it to come up so I can review it. I took a quick look through a paper copy. It looks like there's a bunch of citations in it. That is too under advisement. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's stay ready with this next witness then.
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's get the panel.
Rise from the jury. Please state it.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch. I understand we are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case from the state.
Yes, Judge. State calls Agent Bryan Smith.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you.
Good Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Will you go ahead and please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is David, D-A-V-I-D, Bryan, B-R-Y-A-N, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation assigned to the Region 3 field office.
Okay, and what does Region 3 cover?
There are 9 counties that are generally in southwest Georgia, Americus, which is Sumter County, Lee County, Crisp County, Marion County, Stewart County, Webster County, Chattahoochee County, generally southwest Georgia, not as far south as like Thomasville, but southwest Georgia.
Okay. And you said you were a assistant special agent in charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And specifically, could you break that down a little bit more into your day-to-day duties?
Yes, sir. So I am an assistant special agent in charge. GBI office generally has 5 to 7 field agents, which are basically state law enforcement investigators. If you imagine a normal police department has investigators and uniform guys and ladies. At the state level, the Georgia State Patrol would be the uniform guys, and the GBI would be the investigators for the state police. Most field offices, the primary responsibility is to assist local agencies with resources and investigations in which they request resources, be it investigative resources, crime scene resources, or other technical resources. So that's generally what a GBI office does, is we assist local agencies with violent crime investigations, crime scene investigations, crimes against children, and other types of more serious crimes. In each office, there is a special agent in charge, and then there is an assistant special agent in charge. The special agent in charge is over the office. He's kind of like the police chief of a really small department. And then the assistant special agent in charge, which is what I do, I handle operational supervision task, as well as some administrative tasks, as well as the other title, I guess, that I have is I'm also the crime scene program coordinator, which means I'm responsible for training and assisting, just as I mentioned how you have 15 regional offices throughout the state. Each one of those offices has 2 crime scene investigators assigned to that office. So in addition to the administrative duties for the Region 3 office, I also assist with training, equipping, and in-service training for the 15 or 30 crime scene specialists throughout the state.
Okay. At some point, were you asked to become involved in the investigation of the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, and can you go ahead and tell the jury what your involvement was?
Yes, sir. So on May the 6th, 2020, I responded to the Satilla Shores neighborhood area here in Glenn County for 2 purposes. One, to do what is called digital mapping, which is using 3D laser scanners to digitally map the entire neighborhood, and then to use what are called small unmanned aerial systems, or drones for what most people know them as, to collect video footage and still photographs of the entire neighborhood. So basically digitally mapping, collecting videos and still frames of the entire neighborhood where this incident occurred.
Okay. And you mentioned a drone, or what was the other name you gave?
So they're technically called small unmanned aerial vehicles.
Okay. And were you trained in the use of these vehicles?
Yes, sir. So law enforcement agencies do not fall directly under the Federal Aviation Administration's what's called Part 107 requirements, where you have to basically have what's considered a pilot's license, but you couldn't really fly a real plane, but it's considered a pilot's license to operate small, and I'm just going to start saying drones, because saying small and manned aerial vehicles over and over again gets tongue twisting. The GBI has an 8-hour training program, as well as monthly in-service training requirements that we are required to fly the drones and operate the cameras and do digital mapping with them at least once a month. Most law enforcement agencies that use drones have what's called a COA, or a certificate of authorization, which allows them to use drones for law enforcement purposes. So some of the I'll say red tape for flying drones, which is really red tape for safety purposes that does not directly apply to us. We have to contact what's called the NOTAM notification, where they call any nearby airports where there are flight towers to let them know that we're operating a drone for law enforcement purposes. That gives us that authorization. So it's not the same type of authorization that civilians would have to get, but we do have training and have authorization through the federal government to operate drones for law enforcement purposes.
Okay. Leading up to the day you went out there to take these drone videos,
Yes.
were you briefed on some of the facts of the case, or how do you know what you were going to do when you got there?
Yes, sir. I was generally briefed on where the incident began, where the incident moved to, where the incident moved back to, where the incident moved to, where the incident, I guess, became final. So I was pointed out a number of residences that were landmarks, for lack of a better word, where certain things happened, certain movement points were established and all of that. So I used that as kind of my beginning and moving points of areas of focus where to map and to collect videos.
Okay. Did you or did a team get together and decide what sort of height to fly this drone at? Could you tell the jurors what height you did and how you decided to do that?
So the peat moss and the oak trees made that decision a lot easier. I'm sure if any of you've had plenty of experience with that, and over in Albany we have the same sort of thing. The problem for digital mapping and flying in the Satilla Shores neighborhood, y'all have these really beautiful oak trees that make the canopies. Well, the problem, if you get above those, you really can't see the street below them. And then depending on the time of the year, the peat moss will be hanging down, so you can't put your drone very high either. So it creates a fairly small window of usually between 5 feet and 7 or 8 feet above the ground, which is where I did the majority of the videos, because again, if you get above the trees, you have these canopies that make it very difficult to actually see the roadways and see the geography on the roads. And then if you get under the peat moss, you have to, and that's where in some of these videos you'll see the drone going along, and then it'll have to do this and do this and do this a little bit, because you have to, get around the peat moss.
Okay. And how did you decide what speed to fly the drone at?
I tried to go as slow as I could. One of the things that you learn as a crime scene investigator is that if you're going to take video, you have to go really, really slow with it, because if you just take a video camera and swing around, one, it's going to make the viewer sick from motion sickness, and two, the lens and the aperture actually doesn't have time to reset to get the lighting and all that kind of stuff. So you have to do it really slowly.
And can you give a general description of the route you took? You don't necessarily have to give street names, but kind of can you walk them through what you did?
You don't want me to use street names?
You can if you remember them, or if you have them documented.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so I began on Satilla, where the house that was under construction that has been part of this case. I started the first drone video right there, where I'm looking at the house that's under construction, and then I turned south and moved down the roadway very slowly to the McMichael's house, turned toward the McMichael's house, and then back towards the road, back down to the main intersection where Satilla, Burford, and Holmes all come together. And then there's another video segment that goes down.
There's a map that actually the defense produced today. Could you go ahead and hold this, if you can, and point to the parts on the map that you're talking about to orient the jurors?
Yes.
We have 2 jurors back here, so if you could just make sure. There you go.
Okay. Can I?
Or I can hold it for you.
No, it's good. I'm good. I got you.
Don't fall over.
Yeah, it won't be the first time. So you can see where Satilla, Holmes, and Burford all come together right here. Can you see that? Right. Can you gentlemen see that? Okay. So I started right down here, and I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers right here on my notes, but I started down here on Satilla, where the house that was under construction was took a video clip basically coming down this way where I stopped in front of the McMichael house and then turned and went back to this main intersection, and then had another video where we start at this main intersection where the final incident occurred, went down Burford to Mr. Bryan's house, and then turned around and came back, and then another video that goes down Holmes to where the incident transitioned from one direction to another and came back to the
Now, were these videos taken in short segments? Were they long segments? Describe to the jurors how you decided to do that.
So the particular drone that I was using was an Inspire 2 by DJI, which is one of the more popular drone manufacturers. It has the particular drone that we have uses a Zenmuse 7 camera that is it's actually a cinematography quality video and still frame camera. I don't have the megapixel specs right here with me, but it's a pretty high quality camera. So when you're shooting the videos, they wind up being pretty large files. I want to say they were 6, 8, 10 gigabytes per video, which is why if I had tried to do all the way down Satilla, all the way down Burford, back up Burford, up Holmes, and back down Holmes, I would have created a video file that was so large it would have been virtually impossible to do anything with it, which is why we wound up doing it in segments based on not only what information I had been given about where segments of the incident occurred, but just the sheer file size would have been difficult to transfer and all that sort of stuff.
Do you know how many videos you ultimately took?
I collected 25 video clips. I don't mind saying, as you were asking earlier, the PMOS and all that kind of stuff made some of the video clips shorter and wound up being a little more jumpy than I wanted them to be. So some of the video clips were to some degree repetitive in that I was trying to keep the video very still and moving slowly and all that. But we collected 25 video clips.
Okay. And at some point before the trial, you and I met, or you met with our team, and we went over those videos. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And did we show you a set number of videos that we were going to plan on using in trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you reviewed those with us?
Yes, sir.
And are those true and accurate copies of the videos that you took?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Judge, at this time, state moves to place State's Exhibit 128 into evidence, and that is a flash drive containing the 7 videos that we plan on tendering in court. And I have the names of them. I'll have the officer point out.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
I'm just going to pull them up real quick. We won't play them all the way through with you, Agent Smith. There's 8 here, but is there a duplicate?
They are Bryan, Route, and Finch.
There is one duplicate file on here, but do these look like the 7 that we went through?
The icons do appear familiar to me, yes, sir.
Agent Smith, is there anything else that you did during the investigation of this case?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Judge, at this time, we'll pass the witness. No questions.
No question, Sean.
No question, Sean.
Thank you. You may step down. You are subject to recall. Thank you.
State calls Jessica Hamilton.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's fine.
Good, have a seat.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. Could you go ahead and spell and state your name for the record?
Jessica Hamilton, Jessica Hamilton.
All right, ma'am. And where do you work?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay, and what do you do for them?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
I've been with the Bureau for 10 years and I've been doing crime scene for 9 years.
And tell the jurors about some of your training that you have in crime scene.
Okay, I'm post-certified. I've also gone through the GBI's Special Agent School. I've also attended the National Forensic Academy in Tennessee. And then I have other just training different areas of crime scene.
And does your training include on-the-job training, that sort of thing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what is your current assignment and like, what office are you out?
I'm in Region 14, which is in Kingsland.
At some point last year, did you become involved in the investigation of the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
I did.
Okay. Can you go ahead and tell the jurors how you first became involved?
When I first got involved, I was doing some of the neighborhood canvassing and stuff like that.
Okay. Let's talk about that.
Okay.
What areas of Glenn County or the neighborhoods did you canvass, if you remember?
We did Satilla Shores, Royal Oaks, and I'm not certain on the name of the other neighborhood.
Fancy Bluff?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to different individuals, right? Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In addition to neighborhood canvassing, did you do anything with the physical evidence involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your main role with some of the physical or the forensic evidence in this case?
I picked up evidence that was collected by Glenn County and I transported evidence either to our office or to the crime lab.
And is that something that crime scene investigators do often as part of your job, is to transport materials or evidence interagency?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the purpose of doing that?
To transport it to the crime lab to get it tested or to secure it in the evidence room.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term chain of custody?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors very briefly, because I think they've heard a little bit about this, but what chain of custody is?
The chain of custody shows the transfer of evidence from once it comes into law enforcement's custody. It then, each time it changes hands, if I was the one to collect it and then I transfer it to the evidence room, it will show each change of hands that it goes through.
And is that to prevent things like tampering with evidence and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to pick up a shotgun in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors what you did with that?
I transported it to the crime lab.
Okay. Do you remember what type of shotgun or anything like that?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Because you weren't involved with any of the analysis of that?
No, I was just transporting it.
Okay. Do you remember transporting any sort of ballistic evidence?
Yes, I believe I didn't collect. I transported the wadding from a shot shell and a shot shell.
Okay. You said a shot shell and a wadding?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. And feel free, if you can't remember exactly what you
Yes.
transported, you can go ahead and
Yeah.
look at your notes, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you remember transporting any sort of clothing?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you remember transporting?
Let me refer to my notes.
Sure, not a problem.
I transported Travis's clothing and his boots.
When you're transporting evidence, is there anything you do to the evidence itself to make sure that you're able to document and log what you're...
We barcode it with our barcodes.
Okay. Do you happen to remember the barcode numbers, or not remember? I don't think you're going to remember,
No,
but
I don't remember.
do you have them in your notes?
I do have them in my notes.
Okay, let's start with the shotgun. Do you know the serial number or the barcode number that you put for the shotgun?
The shotgun barcode would be CC06014.
And then what about the shot shell?
The
Or shot shell?
Give me just a second.
Not a problem.
Is CC06015.
Is there another number for another shell?
There's also CC06017.
And what about the shot cup or the wine?
CC06016.
And what about the clothing?
The clothing is CC06018, and then the boots are CC06019.
Did you also have occasion to do anything with any cell phone evidence in this case?
I believe I picked up some from Glenn County and then transported it to another agent.
Okay, do you remember what you picked up?
I believe it was cell phone data
Okay.
or analysis.
Do you remember who you picked it up from?
Parker Marcy,
Okay. And who did you give it to?
Lawrence Kelly.
And Lawrence Kelly, is that a GBI agent?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you remember doing anything with call record evidence?
I believe I picked up the records from Parker Marcy as well.
Okay. And are those call reports?
Yes.
In addition to transporting evidence to and from agencies, are part of your duties as well to photograph scenes, evidence, that sort of thing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that you may have searched or photographed, okay?
Okay.
Did you photograph any sort of vehicles in this case?
I did.
Okay. What did you photograph?
I photographed Travis's F-150 truck, and then I also photographed Roddy's Silverado truck.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 279 through 282. Through 283. Can you go ahead and take a look at this, look at these, and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are photographs I took.
Okay. And could you go ahead and tell the jurors where you took those?
These were at my office in Kingsland.
Did you have anything to do with the transportation of that truck to or from the Kingsland location?
No, I did not.
Okay. And, Your Honor, at this time, State moves to place State's Exhibit 279 through 283 into evidence?
Yes, I'll maybe take a quick look at this.
Yeah. And while they're looking at the photographs, do you remember what date you took the photographs on?
Let me refer to. That would have been on May 18th of 2020.
While they're looking through the pictures, did you also perform any sort of search on the vehicles at all?
On Travis's truck, yes, I documented the exterior and interior of the truck.
Okay. And when you say documented it, walk them through that process.
Okay, so when I documented, I photographed all the way around the entire vehicle on the exterior and also on the interior of the vehicle, just documenting everything that is on or in the vehicle.
Judge, we have tender states 279 through 283.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're good.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Go ahead.
For the record, I'm putting on State's Exhibit 279. Could you go ahead and tell the jurors what you did here?
This is a photograph of the front of his truck.
Photograph 280.
This is just the side view of his truck.
State's Exhibit 281.
This is the back of the truck.
State's 282.
This is just showing the toolbox of the truck.
And State's 283.
This was paperwork that was found in the truck.
Right here. And what does that show?
It's kind of hard to see. The registration.
Is there anything else that you did in terms of either searching or documenting Travis McMichael's truck?
No.
Did you have a chance to go and perform a search on any other locations during this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, could you go ahead and tell the jurors what locations you searched?
I
participated in the search
I
of?
participated in the search of the McMichael's home and in Roddy's home.
You said Roddy's home?
Yes.
Do you remember the addresses?
I can refer back. Let's see. I'm not certain on the address of the McMichael's house, but Roddy's house was 307 Burford Drive in
Okay.
Brunswick.
I'm gonna go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139 and 140. Could you go ahead and take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are photographs I took.
And what are they photographs of?
These are photographs of Roddy's home.
Okay, and are they a true and accurate representation of the photographs you took?
Yes, they are.
And do you remember what day you went out and did that?
That would have been on May 21st of 2020.
Your Honor, this time State moves to place State's Exhibit 139 and 140 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
State's Exhibit 139. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of his home.
And 140.
This is just another view. This is showing the garage.
In addition to the outside of the house, did you search inside of 307 Burford?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what did y'all collect during your search?
We collected several different electronics.
And what did y'all do with those electronics?
We transported them back to our office, and then they were taken to be examined.
By other agents? In addition to doing search warrants and photographing the houses and the trucks, Is there anything else that you did in terms of video or pictures?
Yes, I did aerial photographs of Satilla Shores neighborhood.
When you say you did aerial photographs, tell the jurors what exactly you did.
Okay, I was in a helicopter and we flew over the neighborhood and took photographs of the neighborhood from the helicopter.
Just 1 second. Record showing defense stage exhibit 165 through 187. And when you're up there in the helicopter, you have a pilot?
Yes,
You have other agents with you?
there was another agent, yes.
Okay. And did y'all take explain to them a little bit more how y'all went around the neighborhood and how you decided, what pictures to take, that sort of thing?
Okay, we went all the way around so we could get view of the entire neighborhood from different angles. So we kind of just flew in a circle around the whole neighborhood.
Okay. And were you using a still camera, a video?
I was using a still camera.
And once you're done photographing the scene from above, what do you do with those pictures?
The pictures are then taken and attached to our summary.
Attached to a case file?
Yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you what the mark is. It's exhibit 165 through 187. Can you take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize what they are?
These are photographs that I took.
And are they a true and accurate representation or copy of the photographs you took that day?
Yes, they are.
And what day was that you went out there? Do you remember?
That would be, give me just a second.
Not a problem.
That was on May 7th of 2020.
Judge, at this time, state moves to place State's Exhibit 165 through 187 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
We're not going to go through every picture, but I'm just going to pick a few,
Okay.
okay? Do I have permission to publish these pictures?
Go ahead.
What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the Satilla Shores neighborhood.
It states 182.
This is also another photograph of the neighborhood, and in this photograph you can see the entrance on the left side.
Where my pin is?
Yes.
Is that the entrance?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, this time state will pass the witness subject to redirect.
Can we approach?
We can go ahead and have you step into the jury room.
All right for jury. Proceed.
All right, I'm going to ask that you just go ahead and take a step out in the hallway, and we'll call you back in for your testimony. Okay. She's good. All right, what I understand then, Mr. Sheffield, is that you're going to ask her about a list that she pulled as part of her duties with the GBI.
Right, we were given this information from the state. It's in, and well, maybe we have it under state's witnesses as part of the work that this particular agent did. She was asked, and I think she just testified, she was asked to pull some reports. She populated a list of those reports, which start at 7/1/19 and end on 2/23/20. There are, and also, she pulled the documents associated with those reports. So those were part of her case file, and I think she labeled it maybe as Exhibit 96, or it was labeled as Exhibit 96 in the GBI's file. I have a number of those reports that I contend are relevant that deal with neighborhood patrol, extra patrol, and suspicious persons. I've gone through them, and by category, Your Honor, and I have the certifications of them as business records from the clerk, but I have them as neighborhood patrol, starting on 7/5/19, going through to 2/19/20, and there are approximately 6, 7, 8, 20 of these. Then, Your Honor, I have trespassing, and some of these trespassings we've seen already. One from 10/25 on 220 Satilla. That's actually all that is. It's just related to 220 Satilla, but she pulled it. And then, Your Honor, I have extra watch, which starts, the earliest is, well, not the earliest, but the one that I have that's in compliance with what she did was November 18th. It looks like there's 3 documents that deal with the extra watch all around the same residence of 220. I don't have to tender all 3, but they have different times on them, I guess. So that makes them relevant because there's extra watch happening at different times. Then I have suspicious persons starting on 7/13, going through, the last one is dated 2/13, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 of these within her relevant time period. And then there are, I think, the documents that we may have spoken about already, a burglary on 7/1/19, and entering auto on 12/8. Another theft entering auto on 1/20, that's for Travis McMichael. I would move these into evidence, Your Honor, and strictly be using essentially the dates and the nature of the call. These are not documents that would go out with the jury, but they are reflective of what she did and gathered. And now on cross, I would seek to admit them as the complete part of her testimony with these certifications. I wanted to bring that to the court's attention before I just did it, since I know the court is working through this.
From the state?
I'm going to ask that the lawyer who's dealing with the witness present for the state, please.
Well, she argued the motion earlier today, and this is exactly the same issue.
Well, we're on a different issue now. We're on cross-examination with certified records.
I'll permit the state to argue it's.
Thank you, Judge. Once again, ambushed with this stuff being handed to me at 8:30 this morning to have this witness testify to it. First off, saying she pulled them, what she did was she requested that the Glenn County Police Department provide her with these records. They were then provided to her. She then provided them to Special Agent Dial. Special Agent Dial reviewed all of these records, some of them twice. He then testified about these records at the preliminary hearing initially. So at this time, questioning this witness, I'm afraid, is going to end up in a lot of, yeah, I pulled all of these, and then we're going to go through each and every one of them with dates and the nature of the call. Well, Judge, if we're going to do that, then the state is going to want to have Special Agent Dial actually delve into this. It appears we're talking about the trespassings at 220 Satilla Drive. All of that's already in, including the 911 calls, including officers who responded have already testified. The extra watch on 11/18 is also related to 220 Satilla Drive. So after 11/18, we have some people doing extra watches in the neighborhood. Totally logical. The suspicious person reports I'm concerned about. I did review the stack that Mr. Sheffield said for me to look at. And once again, we've got some concerns because this is personal stuff. I need to go ahead and once again look at exactly which 9 we're talking about. But I think Agent Dial should be able to delve into when we say suspicious person, we're not talking about Ahmaud Arbery. We're talking about 2 white people. When we talk about suspicious person, we're not talking about Ahmaud Arbery. We're talking about a contractor van in my driveway. When we're talking about suspicious person, we're talking about some unknown car that's there, and oh yeah, that's my brother. He's supposed to be there. So I think it's disingenuous to say, oh, suspicious person calls, and it's just that's the nature, without actually saying, well, the nature was some personal problems that these individuals had on their properties. The burglary on 7/1, once again, that was a false alarm. Nothing happened there. 12/8's the Herndons. We've already had Officer Rash testify about the Herndons and the white people that were doing it and the posting to Facebook. And then 1/1 is Travis McMichael. So I guess the state's request is if this is allowed and we're going to go through this, then the state wishes to go ahead and really go through it and dive deep into exactly what sort of suspicious stuff was going on. Because it's disingenuous to say suspicious people and then what they're going to argue is the neighborhood was under attack, and that suspicious person, of course, had to be Ahmaud Arbery. There's no other suspicious person in the neighborhood unless they understand that this suspicious person was my brother. This suspicious person was a contractor. This suspicious person was some kids in the neighborhood. There's actually a call for suspicious person on 4 kids hanging out in a driveway. So that's the kind of thing that if we're going to do this, the state has no problem, but let's do it right, and put in exactly what kind of suspicions the people in Satilla Shores had. So we would just, if we're going to do it, the state would like to be able to go into the underlying facts of this with these certified copies to demonstrate to this jury the nature of what they're trying to intimate here. Thank you.
The state has called this agent who did this work. So let's begin with that. This is the work of this agent. We didn't call this agent. Number two, I have no problem with the state responding to evidence that the defense puts in. We have not sought to bar them from doing so. They can dive as deep as they want. I can be specific on the suspicious persons. We have an automobile break-in the area, made contact with the homeless man under the bridge. This is a subject that we intend to prove was actually something that the neighborhood was talking about. That's relevant, and it's come up many times. Suspicious person on 11-7. Gentleman on bicycle taking pictures of property, taking pictures. Caller approach said, it's this guy who's running around the neighborhood, and it was on Facebook. And they were concerned about who he was because they didn't think it made sense that he was, and they ultimately determined that this person was not wanted in the neighborhood. 11-17. There's a suspicious person that's noted as, oh, this is the 11-17 call. So we've really already heard about this one, but again, it's the record pulled by this agent. Then there's another suspicious person on 11-30. This one is, someone is trying to get into their door. No one should be there. Everyone's at work. They knocked on it. I don't see how we could say this was Ahmaud Arbery. And the state could certainly point out there's no evidence that this was Ahmaud Arbery. And we're not intending to say that this was in fact Ahmaud Arbery. What we're intending is that there was a lot of criminal activity in this neighborhood that caused these neighbors concern that they were talking about. And this is but, one part of piecing together the puzzle. Doesn't always get put together in order, but this is one part of brick by brick, building the picture of what's going on in this neighborhood. 12-13-19, suspicious person. Caller is out of town. Her doorbell went off, floodlights have come on. Caller would like an officer to ride over. Caller's 2 hours away. These are things that are happening in the neighborhood. 12-17, suspicious person. This just notes on 219, the address of 219 Satilla Drive, there was a call that came in. Then it ultimately says home is clear, going to be in the area. So he went and checked it out. Now the home is clear. On 114-20, again, under Lanier Bridge, there's another suspicious person call about something happening under the bridge. This is, again, a piece of the picture of what these neighbors are doing, and we'll tie it up in our case in chief, but this is brick by brick part of what we're doing. Another suspicious person on 115. Gold pickup truck, white van, pulled into the yard. Caller is at work. Subject got out of the white van and got into the gold truck. They left. The caller's going to call a contractor to make sure it's nothing. This is not the one, as I understand it, that somebody was working on the house. That was back on Zellwood. This is on a different street. Again, but it's the way that people are reacting to what's happening in their neighborhood. And lastly, there are a group of kids possibly trying to break into cars. That's what this suspicious person. The state can point out that these are kids that are not Ahmaud Arbery. That's fine. We're not offering it that says evidence of Ahmaud Arbery. We're offering it for whatever relevant value it has. And we suggest under 401 the relevance, which tends to make the issue at trial understandable by the jury, is that the citizens of this neighborhood were concerned about crime. This is proof that there are things going on and that show their concern. The Facebook page will continue to funnel it, and the witness testimony will funnel it even more. But this is not inadmissible, impermissible evidence, especially since we now have the person who collected it.
Your Honor, under 401, how does this make it more likely that Travis McMichael murdered Ahmaud Arbery, or less likely that he murdered Ahmaud Arbery? How does it make it more likely that he committed false imprisonment, or less likely that he committed false imprisonment? It doesn't really fall under 401. It's juror scare tactic. Hey, look, everyone was really, really concerned. It's okay. They went and hunted this guy down and killed him. Not sure how concerns in the neighborhood are a building block, but I have a feeling it's going to be an argument about probable cause and totality of the circumstances and lending credibility to Travis's claim that he thought he had probable cause for some sort of arrest because of all the concerned citizens. We leave it to the discretion of the court. However, our baseline is all or nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear from this witness on direct about pulling the reports or what her role might have been. Okay, I didn't. She didn't testify to it. She didn't testify that she reviewed any reports, didn't explain any of that. So I'm not even sure that this is an appropriate witness to go into this with at this point. If she simply pulled the reports and gave them to Dial, then Dial's the one who reviewed the reports, then he'd be possibly somebody to ask about them if it's relevant to whatever his testimony is in this case. But if she just pulled them, I have some question to begin with over whether or not we even get there. But here's where I'm from this morning's arguments that dovetail into today. So the issue, as I understand it, is, I'll narrow it from where the state is. The issue that I understand that the defense is trying to get to is this general neighborhood on edge argument, which has come up a number of times, including during the motion hearings back in May. So that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that that is a direction that the defense is headed in. So what does that mean? Obviously that is being defined very broadly right now by the defense, but to me, if that is an argument, what that really is what did Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael or Roddy Bryan know of whatever this evidence is? What did they know of that was being discussed on this Facebook page? What it is not is all of the police reports that occurred between January 1st, 2019 and May of February 23rd of 2020. That evidence, just because there were calls out there, doesn't connect up with the defense's argument that the neighborhood was on edge, because I don't know what those individual neighbors may have known or what the defendants may have known. If they didn't know anything about it, it's completely irrelevant. So just listing through all of this stuff, I've got some concerns about that. Because I don't believe all police calls that were made between that period are relevant to that line of argument. I also have a concern about what I've seen, which is what was given to me earlier, and we're sort of, I used the word conflate a number of times in this, but I'm going to conflate this morning's arguments with the arguments now. Just because a business record exists doesn't mean that all of the evidence, all of the stuff in the business record is admissible. You have to jump through those hoops too. And there are narratives in there. There are all sorts of things that are hearsay that go beyond simply the business record itself, because I do understand they're being tendered as business records. That has not been solved for the court. And I've got some concerns that once we start getting into all of these records that are simply lists of calls, potential calls to the police, I guess, we start getting into hearsay of what that was. Now, how does that possibly become admissible? Maybe through a witness that has reviewed the records and considered them as part of the investigation? Possibly. I'm not even sure if that's possible. So, circling back to where we are with this witness, I understand what the defense plans to do, but I haven't even heard that this witness pulled any records of what she did with them. So, I'm not going to say the defense can go ahead and start putting in a whole bunch of police calls. Because if all she did was produce a report or produce a list and give it to somebody, then she's not the witness to ask about this. And even if she was, we need to figure out how exactly any additional police reports might become admissible, or how these police calls might become admissible through that particular witness. So, where I'm in right now, I am very leery of the idea that this is the witness to get this in through. Again, I haven't heard her testimony, so I don't know exactly what she did. But I don't think that every police call made during that period is relevant in this case. So that's directory more than a ruling. So with that, Mr. Sheffield, are you ready to proceed with the witness? Okay. Let's go ahead and get the witness seated. Yeah, let's get the witness seated first, then we'll get the panel. All right. I'll remind you you're under oath. All right. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sheffield, your witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jason Sheffield. We haven't met yet, have we?
Yes, no,
Okay. Yes and no.
no.
Yes, I am Jason Sheffield. No, we haven't met yet. I wanted to make sure that I understood your testimony, and I may not have.
Okay.
As part of the responsibilities that you took on in the case, did it also include gathering some data on the type of police calls that were made from the residents in Satilla Shores?
The reports that I picked up,
Yeah. Were you charged with populating or obtaining a list of the types of 911 calls that were made by the residents of the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
I picked up the reports. That's all I did with them, and then transported them.
Okay,
To-
so you
and
went
put in-
down to the Glenn County Police Department
Yes,
and picked up a number of reports that had
Yes.
been printed off for the GBI
yes,
that contained various 911 calls made by the residents of Satilla Shores?
yes.
All right, did you review those reports?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you in any way categorize them or list them out in terms of the types of calls that they were?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you literally got a stack of papers and took it and gave it to somebody?
Yes,
Okay, and who'd you give those to?
those went to the case agent.
Would that be Richard Dial?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
No questions.
Any redirect?
No judge.
Thank you. You may step
Thank
down. You are released for the day, but subject to recall.
Okay.
Well, let's get started with the witness. We may break in the middle.
The state calls Special Agent Richard Dial.
to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, see.
Go ahead and state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Sure, it's Richard Dial, D-I-A-L.
Hi, and how are you currently employed?
I'm Assistant Special Agent in Charge with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, assigned to the Region 14 Field Office. That's in Kingsland, Georgia, in Camden County, and our area covers Glenn County.
All right, go ahead and tell the jury about your training and background being a special agent for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Certainly. I've been a special agent or an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for approximately 20 years. I began as a narcotics agent, focusing on illegal narcotics in the state. I then transitioned about 18 years ago to a special agent assigned to this field office in Kingsland. My training includes the basic training that all special agents go through, which includes basic law enforcement training to be certified in the state of Georgia. I've also had extensive training in interviews and interrogations, in crime scene processing. I've attended the National Forensic Academy, and I am now currently in the Command College as part of my training.
All right, so how many cases do you think you've worked over the years?
I couldn't hazard a guess. In 20 years, quite a few.
Hundreds?
Yes, easily.
Oh. All right, so specifically, what does a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation do as part of their daily routine or daily job duties?
A special agent, our main task is to assist local law enforcement in the investigation of crimes. There are certain crimes in the state of Georgia which we have original jurisdiction on, like narcotics. So there are special agents who focus on those aspects. Those affect the state as a whole. But in general, especially in field offices where I work, the role of a special agent is when local law enforcement they need more assistance, or they feel that a case would be better worked by an outside agency. They contact us, and then an agent is assigned. This agent then begins an investigation to gather the facts in the case to make a determination as far as whether or not the case should proceed.
All right, so you have arrest powers.
We do, yes.
Okay. And when you're asked to come into a jurisdiction, have they already started the case, or does it just depend?
Generally, it depends. Obviously, we normally prefer that as soon as they recognize there may be a conflict, that they need assistance, to contact us immediately. That way, we're there at the beginning. That way, it saves time, in my experience with that, and that's always been my preference. However, unfortunately, a lot of times in investigations, there doesn't know there's going to be a conflict, or that the manpower resources will be necessary until further on in the investigation. So it's not uncommon for us to get involved after an investigation has already been begun by a local agency.
Got it. So I'm going to go ahead and direct your attention specifically to the death investigation for the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery. Did you become involved in that particular investigation?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And what date was that?
Well, we were actually first requested to conduct an investigation into Mr. Arbery's death by the District Attorney's Office on May 5th of 2020. That was the request was made that evening. I was then assigned to that investigation the following morning as the lead case agent.
All right, so when you're talking about the District Attorney's Office, are you talking about Tom Durden out of the Atlantic Circuit?
I am. At that time, he had been assigned that case as the lead prosecutor, and he made a determination that he could utilize the GBI's resources, and he made the request.
All right, so May 6, 2020, you become the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what's one of the first things you did?
One of the first things I did was, of course, I made sure that I had other agents available to assist me in the investigation. I then wanted to gather what had been conducted as far as investigative-wise by the Glenn County Police Department. So I proceeded to the Glenn County Police Department and obtained a copy of their investigative file, which documents what they had done.
All right, so you basically got the entire Glenn County Police file.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that include the video of the homicide?
It did, yes, ma'am.
Did it include any other videos pertinent to the investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It included body camera from the initial responding officers. It included interviews of, videotape of the interviews they had conducted by the Glenn County investigators. It also includes surveillance video from several houses involving that day.
And would that include the video from 219 Satilla Drive?
Yes, that's Mr. Olson's residence. Yes, ma'am, it did.
And the video from 224 Satilla Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
And was that Diego Perez's
Diego Perez,
location?
yes, ma'am.
And Larry English's video from February 23rd at 220 Satilla?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you reviewed all of that?
I did.
Now, the body cam videos by the officers who responded to the scene, you reviewed those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And then the statements given at Glenn County Police Department, you reviewed those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. And also during this point in time, without going into anything anyone said, okay, because we don't want to go into hearsay or anything, did you make contact or attempt to make contact with people who were friends, family, or associates of any of the defendants?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the flip side, did you make contact with people who were friends or family members of Ahmaud Arbery?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, moving forward to May 7th of 2020, what did you do and decide that day?
On May 7th of 2020, I reviewed, I guess I took a stock of what information and evidence I had at that point. I made a determination that I believe there was enough probable cause for the arrest of Travis and Greg McMichael. I prepared an affidavit and warrant and presented it to a Superior Court judge for his determination.
We join that objection.
Join.
Specifically relevance to the arrest warrant, or?
All the steps associated with the arrest warrant, is what I was assuming.
We're here under indictment. It's not irrelevant what he did.
Let's just.
I'll narrow it down. Did you take out arrest warrants for Greg and Travis McMichael?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't you take out arrest warrants for Mr. Bryan?
We were still in the process of gathering information involving Mr. Bryan's actions that day.
All right. Had you gotten anything back from the GBI regarding fingerprints at this point in time?
No, ma'am.
Had you gotten anything back about the fibers on Mr. Bryan's truck at this point in time?
No, ma'am.
All right. And at this point in time, had anyone collected the night owl video?
No, ma'am.
So now with regard to Mr. Bryan, who did you assign to make contact with him or his representative?
Assistant Special Agent Charge Jason Sechrist was the person I appointed as the individual responsible for coordinating the interview with Mr. Bryan.
All right. And once Mr. Bryan's interviews took place on May 11th and 13th, did you review those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
So moving forward to May 19th, between the time of basically May 7th and May 19th, did you have other agents doing other tasks?
Yes, ma'am, quite a few.
Generally describe some of those tasks you had assigned the other agents to work during this period.
We were conducting neighborhood canvasses, interviewing other witnesses that had been identified in the Glenn County Police Department file. We went back and re-interviewed several of those. There was also reviews of various records that we were obtaining from different sources.
And during this time, was Larry English interviewed?
He was, yes, ma'am.
Right. So I'm going to move forward then to May 19th of 2020. Did you have the occasion to execute a search warrant at the location of 230 Satilla Drive?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. And who was living at 230? Who had been living at 230 Satilla Drive?
Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael.
And what was the purpose in executing the search warrant?
To gather evidence in reference to the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery.
Right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 135, 136, 137, and 138. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Oh, I got ahead of myself there, didn't I? I'm going to show you states 135, 136, and 137, and 138. Have you had the opportunity to look at these exhibits before you took the stand today?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I have.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of what's shown in those photographs?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
All right, now we'll go ahead and tender 136, 137, 138, and 135.
I understand there are no objections.
Still no objections.
Okay. All right, they're in. Thank you. Taking a look at State's Exhibit 135, what is the jury looking at here with 135?
This is a picture of 230 Satilla Drive, the residence of Greg and Travis McMichael. This is the front of the residence.
And State's Exhibit 136.
This is another photograph of the residence of Travis and Greg McMichael, focusing to the right and showing the garage that was present.
All right, so now, had Glenn County, during their investigation, collected Greg McMichael's .357 Smith & Wesson revolver?
They had not.
All right, and were you able to locate it at the residence on May 19th, 2020?
We were.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. What are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of a Smith & Wesson 686 revolver in the holster. It was located in Greg McMichael's, or in the Greg McMichael's, Travis McMichael's house in the master bedroom closet.
And 138, what are we looking at here?
Once the gun was removed from the holster, it was then photographed. This, again, is the photograph of a 686 Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum pistol that was located in the closet in the master bedroom.
Now, with regard to this, was this sent out to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime lab?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And about this time, did you also have other gun items sent out as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And what were those?
The Remington 870 shotgun that was utilized by Travis McMichael and was collected by evidence by the Glenn County Police Department. We had collected that from them and taken that to the crime lab, as well as the spent shell casings or shells, shotgun shells from the scene that was collected by the Glenn County Police Department that was also taken to the crime lab.
So I just want to make sure. Glenn County Police Department collected the evidence at the scene on February 23rd, 2020?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then it stayed with them until you transported it to the crime lab in May?
One of my agents, yes, ma'am.
May 21st, 2020, you take out an arrest warrant for Mr. Bryan.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
May 21st, 2020, was a search warrant executed at his location, as house?
It was.
What was the address there?
The address of Mr. Bryan's residence that the search warrant was conducted at was, excuse me just a second, 307 Buford Road.
Burford or
Burford? I'm sorry, it's Burford.
Are you going to say Buford the entire
I
time?
probably will, and I apologize, it's Burford.
But prior to that, the GBI had already collected the Night Owl video, is that right?
We had collected the video, we had made a copy of the video that we were able to get. However, this search warrant, we actually seized the actual hard drive, which it was contained on, because the original copy we got had some data flaws in it. And so we collected the actual hard drive.
Right, so that we could have clean copies.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And during this time, were you also then given the ROCIC enhanced videos by Caitlin Nguela?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Now, having reviewed all of the defendant's statements, were you able to make a determination to a certain degree of accuracy, the path that each of the parties had kind of taken, meaning Mr. Bryan, the McMichaels in the white pickup truck, and Mr. Arbery during the incident February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 299 and 300. Take a look at 299 and 300 and see if you're able to recognize those two exhibits.
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the paths of travel that you determined were appropriate for the parties in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 299 and 300.
No objection.
No objection.
So when looking at States 299, what's the jury looking at here?
This is a map showing the path of Ahmaud Arbery on the afternoon of his death. You want me to explain it? in more
Yes,
detail?
please, go ahead and explain it.
As you'll see, the path, this map shows the path beginning at the house under construction that belonged to Mr. English. It shows Mr. Arbery's path south along Satilla Drive past the McMichael residence, which is again denoted on the map. The path again goes down Satilla Drive to the intersection of Holmes, Burford Road, and Satilla Drive actually continues south, or it goes in that direction. That's actually, Satilla Drive actually goes that way. So if you actually continue straight, you're actually on Burford Road. So this shows its path along Burford Road, almost to the intersection of where Burford turns into Zellwood. So to this point, then the path of Mr. Arbery turns back, goes back past Mr. Bryan's house, which again is noted on the map, back to the intersection with Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford, and then shows the path going down down Holmes Road to a location, and then doubling back and coming back again to the intersection where the shooting took place.
All right, now, based on your review of the statements, do you have any degree of certainty as to how many times Mr. Arbery had to run up and down Burford?
No, ma'am.
Jake, is the form of the question, there's no degree of certainty. He's not an expert witness in path of travel. It's not a scientific measure. He's simply repeating what other people have said to agents.
I would face the question. Based on having reviewed all of the defendant's statements, can you actually tell this jury how many times Mr. Arbery had to run up and down Burford?
No, ma'am, I cannot.
Having reviewed the defendant's statements, are you able to tell this jury how many times he ran back and forth up Holmes?
No, ma'am, I cannot.
So when we look at State's Exhibit 303, which has already been tendered into evidence, whose path of travel are we looking at here?
William Bryan's path of travel.
And when we look at State's 302, what are we looking at here?
That is Travis and Greg McMichael's path of travel.
Now, with regard to Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael's path of travel, based on their statements, they came down here and went back to Mr. Bryan's house and then continued forward. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. They came down, and then there's back and forth right here where they came forward, then backed up, and then continued around. They following until they stopped right before Zellwood. There's a pause, and then they continued going to Zellwood and around.
So when we look at States 300, is this a combination of basically everyone's path of travel?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And when we have Mr. Bryan's path of travel going all the way up here, is this the point where he turns around in the driveway?
Yes, ma'am, when he makes a three-point turn. Yes, ma'am.
Did you also produce some additional maps or have us produce some additional maps to assist with your testimony to illustrate the area for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so first off, I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as States 301. So taking a look at State's Exhibit 301, are you able to recognize that?
I am, yes, ma'am.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and was that produced by you?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 301.
No objection.
No objections. Submitted.
So when we're looking at State's Exhibit 301, what's the jury looking at here?
This is a map. It shows primarily Highway 17 coming from the 95 intersection up there. Highway 17 comes down. You will see if you head south on the map, it shows Satilla Shores with the house under construction and then the scene of the actual shooting. And then if you actually go north from 17 over here to Boykin Ridge where that blue dot is at, that's Mr. Arbery's residence.
All right, so let's go ahead and zoom on in. All right, so what is this?
That is Interstate 95.
And what's this?
That is Highway 17 where you get off at exit 29. That would be Highway 17.
All right, scooching over a little bit. What do we have right there?
That's Mr. Arbery's residence. Or was his residence?
And then move over this way. What is it that we have here going this way?
That's Fancy, you talking about Fancy Bluff Dry Road right there that comes out?
And where does it lead into?
It is right across the street from the entrance into Satilla.
And so this area down here, this would be Satilla Shores.
Yes, ma'am.
And this whole neighborhood over here is called what?
Fancy Bluff,
And this neighborhood here, what's this one called?
Royal Oaks.
Now, did you go ahead and measure the distance from Mr. Arbery's residence at 140 Boykin Ridge Drive to the house under construction?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And how far was that?
1.8 miles.
Now, with regard to some other maps, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 309, 310, and 311. So Special Agent Dial, handing you 309 through 311. Take a look at those. Are those fair and accurate Google Maps of the locations we've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And do they feature the numbers of the locations?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 309 through 311.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. Admitted.
So taking a look then at 309. Does this just give us the overview of Highway 17 and Fancy Bluff going into Satilla?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Now, 310, I'm going to zoom in so we can take a look at this. Now, does 310 give us some numbers so we can reference houses?
It does, yes, ma'am.
All right, so like for instance, here, what number do we have?
220 Satilla Drive.
And then this house right here,
224 Satilla Drive.
and right there, let me see if I can get that in focus for you.
It's 230 Satilla Drive.
Okay. And then, when we're looking at 311, do we have the same thing for Burford?
Yes, ma'am.
And what number do we have here?
Excuse
Do
me.
you want me to go ahead and pull it up? a
Yeah,
little
307. Yeah, it's a little blurry. There you go.
You
307.
got that?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
bit? So we could definitely see the numbers on this.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 316. Take a look at 316 and see if this is fair and accurate.
Yes, ma'am. It
All
is.
right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence states 316.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
And is this just a large overall of the entire Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
How many ways are there in and out of Satilla Shores?
There are two different roads access into Satilla Shores, one coming on Satilla Drive and the other on Zellwood, which is, that's Satilla Drive. And then if you go down Zellwood, it comes back also on 17.
But there's no way out down this way on Satilla Drive.
No, ma'am.
No way out down this way on Burford.
No,
I'm
ma'am.
going to object to, Ms. Donikoski leaving the witness, but if she could reframe the question to as to streets, there's no way out. There may be other paths out besides the streets.
Have the witness available. I mean, he answered the question. I think he's already answered your question, so why don't we move along?
Very good. And lastly, did you create a sort of diagram to help with the locations of various people that were kind of named within this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Showing you 313. Is that fair and accurate as to some of the locations of some of the individuals in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence states 313.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
So when we're looking here, first off, what do we have here?
This is the house that was under construction that belonged to Mr. English. It's at 220 Satilla Drive.
All right, and who's across the street?
Across the street is Mr. Olson's residence at 219.
Who is 2 doors down from the construction site?
That would be Diego Perez's residence.
And across the street from them is who?
Sue B. Lawrence's house.
And down Jones Road, who's there?
Mr. Albenzi's residence.
As we go over, whose house is this?
That's the residence of Greg and Travis McMichael.
And who's next door?
That's Mr. Parr's residence.
And as we move over here, at this particular location, whose house is that?
That's the Alcott's residence.
And where am I pointing right here?
That's the approximate location of where the shooting took place.
And then as we go over here, whose location is this?
That's Mr. Bryan and Miss Elrod's residence.
All right, so I'm going to talk to you briefly about some of the things that were happening during the investigation, okay? I want to specifically talk to you about some of the items that were coming in via the tip line, all
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So you didn't ignore tips coming in from the public, did you?
No, ma'am, we did not.
All right. And how much speculation were you getting from the public as far as tips?
A lot.
Okay. Now, did you personally analyze the video to see if you could hear if Mr. Bryan was cocking a handgun during the chase and videoing of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. What was your opinion?
That there is a metallic sound on the video, but it was not consistent with someone racking the slide of a handgun or cocking a handgun.
Okay. Now, did the Glenn County Police Department search Mr. Bryan's vehicle?
They did not.
Did they impound Mr. Bryan's vehicle?
They did not.
Did they even pat Mr. Bryan down?
No, ma'am, they did not.
And Mr. Bryan was allowed to go home before he ever went to Glenn County PD to give a statement.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And he took his truck home with him, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
All right. Now, did you download Mr. Bryan's truck computer system, like kind of the airbag control module?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We downloaded his the computer as part of his truck. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did it help at all with anything?
No, ma'am, it did not.
All right. So we talked about Larry English being interviewed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So then did you also interview Officer Rash?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you review the police report from February 11th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you also review Officer Rash's body cam video from that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you obtain the Satilla Shores Facebook page records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Did you look through them?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to find any posts at all by Larry or Amy English that included videos or still images of Mr. Arbery inside 220?
No, ma'am.
So
There was
no posts at all?
No, ma'am.
Now, did you note that on December 7th, 2020, Renee Herndon, who had guns stolen out of her unlocked car, did post some images?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. And that was determined to be a white person?
I viewing it, I can't make a determination on race on the picture. It's a picture, it looks like of a video screen. It was in bad quality.
Okay. Bad quality, you couldn't really tell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you attempt to obtain the actual video file of the Herndon's recordings?
Yes, ma'am. I queried Glenn County Police Department during the initial report. They have been unable to recover the video.
Okay. And with regard to the January 1st, 2020 theft or entering auto of Travis McMichael's unlocked truck and the theft of his handgun out of that on January 1st, 2020, is that still an unsolved case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Did you recently check to see if that handgun was recovered?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was it recovered?
It has not been recovered.
All right. At this time, I believe we're going to go ahead and publish State's Exhibit drone videos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. We will continue with the evidence at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
So rise for adjourned.
All right, Agent Dal, you can go ahead and step down. Make sure that you're back in about 10 minutes or so just to be seated. I remind you under oath, do not, or you are under oath, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody.
I will, yes,
Thank you. All right, we're in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. And, Your Honor, I believe you have my 2 exhibits.
seat, please.
All right, we are back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. Give the witness back on the stand. Agent Dial, I remind you you're under oath.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Stand.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence from the state.
Thank you, Judge. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and publish the drone videos that were in State's Exhibit. What number? Don't want to say the wrong number. Oh, 128. So State's Exhibit 128. In State's Exhibit 128, we have the first movie, which says Arbery Path 1. So Special Agent Dial, whose house are we looking at right there?
That first house is Mr. Olson's house, and then it turns and you'll see the edge of Mr. English's property. The house is under construction. I believe it's fixing to turn and face it. The drone is proceeding south on Satilla Drive. You'll see Mr. Parr's residence right here, and we just passed the McMichael residence. I believe it'll turn. This for sale sign up, that's going to be the Parr residence to your right. We're continuing down Satilla Drive, coming to the intersection of Holmes Road and Burford Drive. That's the intersection I was referring to. Holmes Road is to your left in the screen. Stilla Drive actually curves to the right where that vehicle is. That's Stilla Drive, where Burford is straight ahead. This is, again, facing Holmes. You'll see the Alcott's driveway there in the picture. The drone is now turned back, so you have Stilla Drive going to your right, and Burford is going to be the road to your left. Now it's facing down Burford.
Arbery Path 2 being published.
This takes over where the other video left off. This is facing down Burford, so you're heading south. The drone is still traveling south on Burford, but to your left is Mr. Bryan's residence. I believe it'll. That is Mr. Bryan's residence. The drone is continuing south on Burford. Continuing south on Burford at the if you look down in the far distance and it'll get closer, is the intersection with Zellwood when Burford turns into Zellwood. And then around this curve to the left is going to be Zellwood. There, that is Zellwood. All right, now we're heading back north on Burford.
accomplishing Arbery Path 4. Now, despite it being 2 and 4, does this pick up right where we left off?
It does, yes, ma'am.
And where are we heading now?
Sorry, we're still heading north on Burford,
Toward?
Satilla Drive and the intersection with Holmes Road. It's going to be Mr. Bryan's residence directly to your right. Then we're continuing north on Burford, headed to the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive. And this up ahead is the intersection. You'll see Satilla Drive continues to the dead end to your left. Holmes Road is the right, or far right, and then if you continued on, you'd be going up Satilla Drive back towards 17. Okay, like I said, Satilla Drive is on your left here, and Holmes Road is on your right. This is the intersection. Driveway on your right is the Alcott's driveway. And then there's a section of the road to the left that is paved outside the lane. That's depicted in the video Mr. Bryan took of the death of Mr. Arbery, as well as those mailboxes there to the left are also seen in the video, those mailboxes. You are traveling east down Holmes Road, going back towards its intersection with Zellwood. To the left on the screen is a blue mailbox. I'm sorry. That mailbox is seen in the video initially. Mr. Bryan first begins recording, and then later when he turns his vehicle around, that same blue mailbox is seen. And this is video going back towards the intersection of Satilla Drives, Holmes Road, and Burford. Again, traveling back towards the intersection. You'll see the mailbox on your right, that's depicted in the video, as well as the pavement where it extends out on your right. That's also depicted in the video. And then that Alcott's driveway is right there on your left. And there's the intersection. Now it's just giving you a different view of it. The same intersection.
Now, looking at DJI-0003. What do we have here?
This is a overhead view using the drone shooting down of Satilla Drive as it comes in from 17. You're heading south down Satilla Drive. The house at the top on the right is the residence belonging to Mr. English that's under construction. And Mr. Olson's residence, of course, across the street on your left. You're traveling on south down Satilla Drive. This is the intersection again of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford.
Now publishing DJI-0004.
This is a video involving, you can see Mr. Olson's house again. Now you're looking south of Satilla Drive. The construction site, residence under construction by Mr. English is on your right. The road to your left there is Jones Road. Again, we're moving south on Satilla Drive. The residence to the right with the truck in the driveway, the far right of the screen, that's the McMichael's residence. Not that one.
So not this one with the
Not this
posting
one.
on the tree.
Yeah, it's further down.
And not this red brick one.
It is not, no, further down. That is the McMichael residence on your left that's coming up.
Now, what are we doing here?
The drone is turning back, looking north on Satilla Drive, going back towards the residence that's under construction.
I'm going to pause it here.
And it's showing a point of view from the roadway, what is visible from in front of the McMichael's house in the roadway of the residence that's under construction. So this is what would be visible if you were standing in the road in front of the McMichael's residence, looking back towards the residence that's under construction.
I paused the video at 2 minutes and 9 seconds. And this is what you're talking about, the red porta potty down here in the white trailer?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, they just were standing in the road running the drone, and this is the drone actually landing. And then they're going to pick up the drone.
That house there?
There's Mr. Olson's house.
Now Bryan route, or our Bryan route. Where are we now?
You are in Mr. Bryan's driveway. This is the drone moving from the driveway onto Burford. This is pulling out in the road, looking south on Burford. This is looking north on Burford, like you're heading back towards the intersection of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford. This is a picture of Mr. Bryan's residence, as it zoomed to show you. And the drone is now facing north on Burford, heading back towards the intersection of Stilla Drive, Burford, and Holmes Road. Again, this is the intersection. Satilla Drive would continue to the dead end to your left. And this is the intersection here. That is Satilla Drive where it would dead end. If you continued on Still Drive past that intersection, continued on Still Drive, that would be the road you'd be going down. And that is Satilla Drive as it comes in from 17, and that's Holmes Road. You'll see the Alcott driveway on the right, as well as the pavement continuation on the left there. That's visible in the video Mr. Bryan shot, as well as the mailboxes directly to the left in the video, or depicted in Mr. Bryan's video. You're now continuing east on Holmes Road. You'll see the blue mailbox I mentioned earlier on the left. Again, this is visible in Mr. Bryan's video when he first starts the video, as well as when he turns his vehicle back around and picks the video back up. The camera back up. You're continuing east on Holmes Road, headed towards its intersection with Zellwood. What you're seeing is the intersection with Zellwood down at the end of the video with the stop signs at.
So at this point, I'm going to stop it at 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Are there about 2 or 3 houses down from the intersection at Zellwood at this point?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Okay. Our Bryan route finished. Does this pick up right where we left off?
It does, yes, ma'am. The drone is now facing back, going back down Holmes Road towards the intersection of Satilla Drive and Burford.
Stop right here. I'm at 12 seconds in. This mailbox, is it important?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever it comes in the video frame, you'll see it, as well as the mailbox. You can see the blue mailbox I was referencing earlier. That is also in the video. The previous mailbox is in the video of Mr. Bryan when he first picks it up. As the video proceeds, you will see a blue mailbox there. After he picks up his video, as well as when he first starts the video, that same blue mailbox. Again, we're heading down Holmes towards the intersection of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road in Burford. To your right, where the mailboxes are, again, those are visible in the video, as well as that extension of the pavement to the right of the road. And the Alcott driveway is on the left. What you're looking at is the intersection of Satilla Drive, Burford, and Holmes Road. This is the drone landing.
I need one moment, Your Honor, to find a specific photograph. All right. So, you mentioned a couple of times that part that comes out across from the Alcott's driveway,
Yes, ma'am.
that's sort of paved into the grass.
Yes, ma'am. Looks like an extension of the asphalt coming out.
All right, so I want you to take a look at what's already been tendered and admitted here as states 54. So when we look at states 54, is that what we're talking about this extension of the asphalt right here?
Yes, ma'am. That's the same extension that's depicted on the drone video.
All right. So when we look here, we come over this way. And it goes this way. There seems to be like a drainage thing there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when I showed this picture here, is this more of this person's driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so is it fair to say when these people pull in here, they're pulling into their driveway here?
It appears to be, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is where the white truck was originally parked? in
Yes,
the
yes,
video?
ma'am.
Okay. Now, specifically with regard to states 190, I want you to, we're going to go through it. I want you to inform the jury about a couple of things, especially about what they're hearing, okay?
That's the blue mailbox I was referencing earlier. That is a vehicle passing.
Whose vehicle's passing?
I believe it's the McMichael's vehicle passing.
Let me ask you a question. At any point in time, did Mr. Bryan indicate that some other vehicle other than the McMichael's pickup truck passed him?
He did not.
Did he indicate there were any other vehicles on this road on Holmes at any other time?
No, ma'am, he did not.
What is the one vehicle he did talk about?
The McMichael's truck.
What did Mr. Bryan say there?
You know what? I'm going to keep going.
Stopping here at 1 minute 07. What do we have right here?
That's the first mailbox that I spoke about in the drone video as you're going on Holmes towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive in Burford. so you missed it quick.
All right, have to go fast. All right, so where are we with our blue mailbox?
The blue mailbox is in the video to the right of the trash can. There you go. Yes, ma'am. That is it.
So, you see the blue mailbox, Mr. Arbery turns around.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, Mr. Bryan's coming back down.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that clicking noise? I'll back it up.
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the video. But it's like a seatbelt unhooking.
And what are we looking at right here?
Those are the mailboxes I was referencing in the drone video when we first came from the intersection of Satilla Drive and Burford. I pointed out the mailboxes. That's them.
That was State's Exhibit 19. Now, we've talked about your investigation. Did it continue, meaning was it an ongoing investigation, not just in May, but into June, July, and continued on?
Yes, ma'am.
I may have one moment, Your Honor. At this time, I will go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
No question.
I think I've changed my mind. I do have a few questions. Good afternoon, Agent Dial.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goff.
I can't see your vantage point, so if you don't mind, may I look at what you're doing up here with this video thing? Okay, so you've got like a computer there, and is there a mouse? How do you toggle the video?
I was not.
Who was doing that?
Who was doing that?
I'm impressed. Okay, so if I asked you to go back through those, you couldn't do that.
As far as the order that they were shown in?
If I asked you to replay parts of what you just played to the jury, you can't do that.
No, sir, because I didn't play them for the jury.
So I would have to enlist Ms. Donikowski's assistance to do that.
All I can tell you, sir, I did not play them for the jury. I don't have them in my possession. I don't know how to work that machine.
So the video demonstration there, that was by Ms. Donikowski, not by you?
I think she played video that I had provided her. Yes, sir. But you're asking if you want me to play it for you, I can obtain my file, bring my computer in here and play it for you. However, this is not my system to operate, nor did I operate it a few minutes ago. But yes, I provided her with those drone videos that you saw.
So let me see, if I understand correctly, you can do what Ms. Donikowski just did. We would just need a short recess for you to do it yourself?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Because you can understand the awkwardness of asking Ms. Donikowski to assist me. All right, Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to take
State
a
would be
short
more
break.
than happy to double click on the videos for Mr. Goff.
Oh, yeah, there are videos in evidence. We're just playing the videos?
She's also operating the drone. Did I not understand that?
Right, they're recorded.
Oh, well, that's, Your Honor, we'd still like the officer to be able to do that himself,
Do
to
what?
replay portions of those videos. Or if Ms. Dunkowski wants to help me, that's fine.
What would you like me to replay?
I guess I'll ask, okay, let's go back to Mr. Arbery's path as it goes by Mr. Bryan's residence.
Publishing Arbery path number 2.
Okay, this video, do you want me to explain it, what you're seeing, or?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, this video is going down Burford from the intersection of Satilla Drive and Holmes Road.
Very good. And the drone is moving at what speed?
I do not know.
All right, and what's walking speed?
Depends on the individual.
Well, let's say 3 miles an hour. What does that translate to?
3 miles an hour? 3 miles an hour?
3 miles an hour is how many feet per second?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, if you don't, you know I don't. All right. So how far down are we from Mr. Bryan's house at this point?
Mr. Bryan's house should be coming up on the left, I believe, sir. Right there it is on your left, so it's going to come up.
And we're going to pan to the left when we get up there?
I believe, yes, sir. I believe this video does pan to the left when you get to his residence.
All right. And when we get there, Ms. Dunkowski, if you could stop it for a moment. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right.
Okay.
No, just leave it there for a moment if you don't mind. That would be great. And I'm so grateful.
This is stopped at 101.
Thank you so much. Officer Dial, this drone image is taken some months after the actual incident itself?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And of course, technically, Mr. Bryan no longer lives there because he no longer has a house.
I don't know if he has a house or not, sir. I don't know what his current relationship with that property is.
All right, but putting that aside, your testimony would be that that's a fair and accurate depiction of what the house would have looked like in February of 2020?
My testimony is that's a fair and accurate depiction of what the house looked like when I was conducting this investigation and exploring this. I was not in front of his house in February of
All right, well, this is an image in daylight, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right, and the lighting's probably about the same as it was on February 23rd, 2020?
Well, I wasn't there on February 23rd, 2020, but it was daylight then and it's daylight now.
All right. Now, on the actual day in question, as Mr. Arbery comes by Mr. Bryan's house, he sees a few additional things that you don't see there, am I correct?
Well, this is the vantage point from, would have been Mr. Arbery's vantage point.
Yes.
Not Mr. Bryan's vantage
Yes.
point.
And at this point, Mr. Bryan's yard actually extends back 20 or 30 feet.
I didn't measure it, but
Okay.
it could be, yes, sir.
All right. It's not a small yard, is it? I guess that's relative.
Yes, sir.
It's bigger than some, smaller than others.
Yes, sir.
All right. So as Mr. Arbery's jogging by or running by, however you want to describe it, not trying to put words in your mouth, he's going to see Mr. Bryan on the front porch, is he not?
I don't know if he saw Mr. Bryan on the front porch or not, sir.
Did you look at the night owl video?
I did see the night owl video, yes, sir, but I don't know if he saw Mr. Bryan on the front porch. I'm sure he saw the house, but I can't say who he recognized there and who he didn't or who he didn't see.
Because there's a big tree in the front yard.
No, sir, because I'm not Mr. Arbery running on that day under those circumstances.
Okay. Well, if someone's standing and walking where Mr. Arbery is on the street, has a pretty good view of the house, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And other than the tree, of course, a pretty good view of the porch.
Yes, sir.
So a person standing or moving where Mr. Arbery is, as he comes by Mr. Bryan's residence, other than the tree, has a pretty good view of Mr. Bryan if he's working on the porch.
Well, it depends on where Mr. Bryan was at working on the porch, sir. And
Okay.
I guess they could have a view of them. That's entirely possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And on the day in question, we know that the garage was open, do we not?
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
Okay. And there's a pickup truck, one that used to belong to Mr. Bryan, in the front yard, is there not, in the driveway?
Yes, sir, that's visible from the video.
With some lumber in the back.
Yes, sir, I believe it is.
And there's music playing.
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything about that scene depicted on this video, or anything about the things we've talked about that would have been there that are not actually visible? Is there anything there that a reasonable person walking or running to or from down the street would find threatening or menacing?
Are you talking about a person that would just be walking down the
A
street?
reasonable person. We know you can't talk about what's in Mr. Arbery's mind, but
No,
a
sir.
reasonable person walking down the street, looking to the left at Mr. Bryan's residence, with him out front, with the music playing, with the pickup truck in the yard, is there anything about that image that would strike a reasonable person as being threatening or menacing?
It depends on if they've had any prior contact with Mr. Bryan, sir. You mean just someone who's not familiar with anything going on, just walking down the road?
Yep.
I suppose not, sir. I mean,
Someone who doesn't know Roddy Bryan from Adam's House Cat. Anything threatening about this image?
Objection at this point, not relevant and asked and answered in speculation.
The whole video is speculation, but I'll move on.
Objection to inappropriate commentary and counsel testifying.
Let's move on, Mr. Goff.
I'll move on. Can you go and play the path of Mr. Arbery up Holmes again? I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to. I'm asking you, but I really didn't ask you.
I believe Ms. Burton is coming to your rescue, sir.
Ms. Burton's coming to my rescue? Awesome.
Just don't touch the screen.
You know I won't touch the screen.
Arbery Path 4. This one? Right.
Now, are we on Holmes yet, sir?
yes, sir, I believe this is going to, no, this is not Holmes. This is going, I have to get, because I think this is coming up, Burford, I believe, sir.
Okay. Well, can we fast forward to Holmes? If we can't, that's okay.
That's going to be Mr. Bryan's house to the right.
All right.
That's the intersection.
All right. Now, this video shows Mr. Arbery's path up and down Holmes.
It shows coming from Holmes back towards, I'm sorry, it shows coming Burford to the intersection with Stilla Drive and Holmes Road. Holmes Road is going to be on your right.
So, okay.
Mr. Arbery would have been running that way, yes, sir.
All right. So this basically shows us your understanding of Mr. Arbery's path up and down Holmes.
He will get to Holmes. He's not on Holmes yet, but
Oh,
it shows
okay.
the path he would have seen as running, yes, sir. Now, up and down, I don't know how many times he went
Okay.
up and down.
Okay.
But this is taking that path.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay, this is coming towards the intersection. That is Holmes Road to your right.
Thank you. So this is the drone going up Holmes.
It's fixing to, yes, sir. It's
Fixing to.
at the
Sorry.
intersection of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and then Burford is behind the drone. Now it's going down Holmes Road. Well, it will
Well,
be
now
shortly.
we're flashing at the
Yeah,
sign.
sign,
Okay.
but it's going down there.
And then you were talking about a blue mailbox.
Yes, sir, it's on down the way a little bit. You'll see it in a minute.
Okay.
That's the regular mailbox on the left that you see in the video. The blue mailbox is in the far distance there on the left. It'll come up shortly.
Okay.
That's going to be the blue mailbox there on the left as it comes up.
All right. Can we go a little further and then stop for a moment? All right, now, in this drone, the drone is going to turn around in a moment, come back the other way.
It does eventually, yes, sir. I think this one pans to the residence there that the mailbox is with for a little bit, but it will turn and come back, yes, sir.
Well, did Mr. Arbery pan towards the residence? We don't know that.
No, sir, but it was just showing, the drone turns to the left, showing the residence, where the blue mailbox is at and what's around.
All right.
It doesn't leave the road to go towards the house in any
So
way.
the drone is turning around where we think Mr. Arbery turns around?
Where the video shows, when Mr. Bryan's video first starts, you see Mr. Arbery running backwards towards, oh, I'm sorry, I keep bumping that, I apologize. But it is running back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive. This blue mailbox is visible in that video, so he starts running in this direction.
Okay.
The video phone is then set down, and there's a time that lapses. Then when the phone is picked back up, you see a mailbox on down Holmes Road immediately visible, and then shortly thereafter you see this blue mailbox again, and that's where you see Mr. Arbery.
Okay. I will not touch this.
So, what you were referring to a moment ago was that Mr. Arbery turns around somewhere in here between the blue mailbox and this telephone pole in this area?
Probably around in there, yes, sir.
Okay.
So the blue mailbox is just it's a visual indicator easily to see in the video.
Right. And then he's running back?
Yes, sir.
Now, just to clarify, you see this chain link fence here running from this red posted mailbox backwards?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. That's not the end of the road. That's just the end, that's the property line for that particular residence, am I right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Because this road keeps going on well beyond.
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay.
Ms. Burton, can we shift over to the drone recreation of Mr. Bryan's path of travel on Holmes Road?
It would be finished.
Sorry, I'm having trouble looking for the direction.
This is, I'm sorry. Do you want me to explain what this is?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is Mr. Bryan as he has made the 3-point turn, traveling back down Holmes Road, going back towards the intersection of Satilla Drive. The mailbox you see on the left is visible in his video when the phone is picked back up.
Stop. Stop. Okay.
And you'll see that mailbox to your left, and the blue mailbox is in the far distance on that curve right there. It's kind of hard to see from this far back.
Oh, I'm confused. Where was the blue mailbox?
It's on up ahead.
It's on up ahead. Okay, all right. So this is a pretty long street then.
No, sir, I wouldn't say it was long. It's the drone is moving at a very slow rate of speed at this particular moment.
Does it vary in speed?
It does, yes, sir.
All right, so and that variance in speed isn't a recreation of the path, the speed at which the participants are traveling. It's just
it's the operator.
It's drone stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And there's the blue mailbox, as you can see right there.
All right. Keep playing it. And at some point, your drone video turns around?
It's going to go up towards the intersection, past the blue mailbox, towards the intersection.
Okay, I'm confused. We're now heading back down towards the scene of the shooting itself?
Yes, sir. The scene of the shooting is going to be up ahead. You see where that stop sign's at? It's a little bit before that. you'll see the Alcott's driveway
Okay.
on the left, and again, you'll see the mailbox there and the extended pavement.
May I approach with you?
Yes. Sir, I'm showing you what's marked and admitted, I believe, as State's Exhibit 300. I think the legend says it's showing the path of travel of everybody.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. Can we stop and go to the projector?
I think you can maximize that.
Right in front of it. It's upside down. All right.
Because I was somewhat confused by the last video. The yellow path is Mr. Arbery's path of travel?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And we saw earlier on the drone for Mr. Arbery's path of travel that there's a blue mailbox here.
Yes, sir, approximately.
And somewhere in front of that, between the mailbox and that telephone pole, Mr. Arbery turns around and comes back south.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And I wasn't clear from the drone video that you had, but it looks like from this diagram, and this diagram you prepared or helped prepare?
I helped prepare, yes, sir.
Okay. And it reflects your understanding of Mr. Bryan's path of travel, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So you've got Mr. Bryan come in. Did he pass Holmes?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
According to his statement.
So he passes Holmes and then he has to back up, am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But at the time why is he backing up at this point?
Because he is still pursuing Mr. Arbery.
And Mr. Arbery, well, at this point, Mr. Arbery technically is following, I won't say chase, but he's following Mr. Bryan's vehicle, correct?
No, sir.
Until he turns up Holmes.
No, sir. According to Mr. Bryan's statement, he overshoots where Mr. Arbery is. Mr. Arbery turns right down Holmes. Mr. Bryan then backs his vehicle up and pursues him down Holmes.
Right, and that's because on this road, Mr. Bryan is well ahead of Mr. Arbery at this point.
Because Mr. Arbery turned to the right unexpectedly down Holmes Road, is my understanding.
Right, but Mr. Bryan is trying to stay ahead after his testimony, right, to Agent Sechrist, do I have that correct?
Yeah, Agent Sechrist, yes.
Is that Mr. Arbery attempted to get in his truck. You recall that part of the statement?
I recall that as being part of his statement. His indication was that.
Well, I'm not asking you to comment on the truth of another or credibility of another witness.
Okay.
That's what was said, was it not?
During the interview.
Number one, the witness needs to be able to finish a sentence. And number two, arguing with the witness.
Your Honor, it's neither arguing nor the witness nor improperly interrupting to prevent a witness from going into a matter that they can't testify to.
I understand. You're just directing the witness on your question. Go ahead.
Mr. Bryan has indicated in his last statement, the one to Agent Sechrist, that Mr. Arbery, to him, appeared to be trying to get in his truck.
I believe that was his statement to Agent Sechrist in his last statement, yes, sir.
And there's been all kinds of GBI work on fingerprints and other stuff in this case.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. At this point, Mr. Bryan says that he pulls well ahead of Mr. Arbery, quote unquote, the fastest he's traveled.
Yes, he said he pulls ahead. Mr. Arbery turns to the right down Holmes Road, and then Mr. Bryan decides to pursue him down Holmes Road. That is correct, yes, sir.
So you agree then that technically Mr. Arbery is behind Mr. Bryan but moving towards him?
That's not my understanding of what it's saying. He shoots forward, Mr. Arbery, and does not go in the direction of Mr. Bryan. He turns right down Holmes Road, proceeds down Holmes Road. It's Mr. Bryan that backs his vehicle up and then pursues Mr. Arbery down Holmes Road.
Because Mr. Arbery has passed Mr. Albenzi with his cell phone and his gun up here 220 Satilla minutes before.
He's passed him with his cell phone, yes, sir. All right. Mr. Arbery comes out of the house under construction. Mr. Albenzi is across the street, if that's what you're saying, yes.
Yes, with his cell phone and his handgun.
He had his cell phone, yes, sir, and I believe he was in possession of a handgun.
But Mr. Bryan doesn't, so far as his statement to Agent Sechrist is concerned, Mr. Bryan has no idea that Mr. Albenzi is out here, does he?
That's correct. I don't remember him mentioning anything about Mr. Albenzi being out there.
So Mr. Bryan then is surprised when Mr. Arbery, instead of proceeding towards the exit of Satilla Shores, turns up Holmes instead.
Okay. I think my understanding of what occurred is different than what you're asking, Counselor.
And I want to find out what you're saying.
My understanding is when Mr. Bryan pulled his truck ahead, Mr. Arbery did not pursue Mr. Bryan on Satilla Drive. He turned right because Mr. Bryan was in front of him at that point.
So Mr. Bryan's in front and Mr. Arbery turns up Holmes.
Yes, away from Mr. Bryan. And then Mr. Bryan backs up and pursues again Mr. Arbery.
So when Mr. Bryan is backing up here, consistent with your diagram, when he's backing up, he's not backing up at Mr. Arbery because Mr. Arbery's already turned up here.
That's correct, sir. He's backing up trying to get to him.
Okay, all right. And you've already indicated that the previous drone of Mr. Arbery has him turning back just north of the blue mailbox.
That's correct. That's the video that's depicted in Mr. Bryan's cell phone video.
And we know that location because you see Mr. Arbery turn around.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And come back at Mr. Bryan's vehicle.
Come back in that direction, yes, sir.
Okay, not trying to figure out what's in Mr. Arbery's mind, right? But he's coming back towards Mr. Bryan's truck.
Yes, sir. He gets around that curve, changes direction, or appears to be, and come back towards Mr. Bryan's truck, yes, sir.
Right. And then we hear the sound of, I won't even say a truck, a motor vehicle.
A motor vehicle passes, yes.
Passing Mr. Bryan. And in this video, because I don't want to switch back again, back and forth. I don't want to tempt fate here. But in this video, you can tell how fast Mr. Bryan is traveling when Mr. Arbery turns around, can't you?
There is a flash of the speedometer at least one point in the video, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
But and the video though does not focus on the speedometer the entire time. So at that one moment of time, yes, we can tell how fast the truck is going, but the engine of the truck is revving up and down throughout, so I cannot make an accurate prediction as far as the speed of Mr. Bryan.
Well, I know we've got I lost count. Was it 300, 400, or 1,000 still images from the end of this encounter?
You talking about the breakdown of the video, is that correct?
From the tragic loss of life at the end of the video. That's been broken down into 1,000 frames?
Yes, sir.
How many frames did you break down the part of the video where Mr. Arbery is coming back at Mr. Bryan?
The entire video was broken down, sir, into individual stills.
Okay. Okay.
If that's your question.
There's at least one still in there where you can see the speedometer in Mr. Bryan's vehicle shows that he's traveling behind Mr. Arbery at 2 to 3 miles an hour.
I believe there is one picture of one instance where you're looking at speedometer, and this is after Mr. Bryan has turned his vehicle around, makes a statement that he's going back after, and we'll continue on, and then he begins driving, and you see the speedometer. At that point, he is going, I would say, 3 to 5 miles an hour.
So you're telling the jury you can't see the speedometer before Mr. Arbery turns, showing that Mr. Bryan is following him, not chasing him at 2 to 3 miles an hour?
I don't recall that. I recall what I see the speedometer is after Mr. Bryan turns around and goes back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Stilla Drive.
And in the video, and I don't want to switch videos here, you see a lot of frantic movement on the steering wheel, don't you?
Yes, sir, you do.
But can you tell whether Mr. Bryan's vehicle is actually moving?
During which part? You'd have to pick it out a specific part for me, counselor.
When you see Mr. Arbery turn around and come back towards his vehicle, okay.
Yes, sir.
You then lose sight of Mr. Arbery, am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you see hands moving back and forth on a steering wheel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it's not clear that the vehicle's actually moving, is it?
There are parts of the vehicle in the video where it appears the vehicle is stationary, especially when he does the 3-point turn. It does, to me, sound like the engine is revved up at a large part of the video. Your part you're talking about right after the thing is sit down, yes, sir, it does sound like to me that the vehicle is in motion, if that's your question.
Okay. And there's, in fact, a point on the video where you can see the brake, the gas pedal has no foot on it.
I'd have to go back and look at that, sir.
Would that be consistent with Mr. Bryan's foot being on the brake pedal at that time?
It could be, yes, sir. I would, if you see his foot on the brake pedal, it could be, but I don't recall the part of the video you're referring to.
Now, I'm somewhat curious because I thought a moment ago you were suggesting that Mr. Bryan said that I'm going to go on. You recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
And did I hear you tell the jury then that Mr. Bryan turned around, changed direction to go back after Mr. Arbery?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Well, if Mr. Bryan is turning around here to go after Mr. Arbery, then how does he get way down here?
That conversation is made when he's down there, sir.
Is it?
Yes, sir. When he makes that statement. He has already done the 3-point turn. You hear him make the statement, then you hear gravel on the vehicles as he's pulling back onto the road. But that statement's made, to my understanding of the video, compared to his statement, at that point where he actually does the 3-point turn and makes the left going back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Stilla Drive.
So this is the 3-point turn where we hear the gravel?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But Mr. Arbery never gets anywhere near that point.
That's not that I can see. That's correct, sir.
I mean, as far as we can piece together, right?
That's right, yes, sir.
Okay. So when you were telling the jury that Mr. Bryan turned around when he said he was going to continue on, when Mr. Bryan said he was continuing on, he had to be going the opposite direction from Mr. Bryan.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to rephrase that, Counselor. You lost me in there in that question.
The truth is that when Mr. Bryan says on the video, I'm going to keep going, Mr. Bryan is going away from Mr. Arbery and away from the McMichael defendants.
No, sir, that's not correct. He turns back towards where he has seen where Mr. Arbery has been running and where the McMichaels have passed in the vehicle. He goes back in that direction.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that although it's the long way, this is a path for Mr. Bryan to return to his home?
Going back to Zellwood and coming around, yes, sir.
It's the long way, right?
Yes, sir.
It's not easy turning into the driveway because of the bushes there at the corner, is it?
I've never tried to turn into the bushes from that direction, so I wouldn't know.
But he could go home that way.
Yes, sir, he could.
But going home this way is the shorter way.
Yes, sir, as far as distance-wise.
And it's the easier way.
Certainly the shorter way.
Okay. And when Mr. Bryan comes back down, he gets the video on, am I correct?
The video's playing throughout the time he's making the three-point turn. He picks the video back up. Yes,
Right.
sir.
Well, there's no reason for him, there would be no reason for Mr. Bryan to pick the phone up and video him driving back home, would there? That wouldn't make any sense.
I don't know. No, sir, I guess not. I don't know why he would videotape himself going back home. That's for some reason I don't know about.
Unless it's a holiday, do you videotape yourself going back home?
No, sir, not normally.
Okay. So the fact that Mr. Bryan is leaving the cell phone on the seat or on his lap or wherever would be consistent with him going home when he says he's going to keep going.
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't say, the question was consistent. That's not speculation, that's
Restate your question.
So Mr. Bryan leaving his cell phone in his lap or on the seat and not trying to record would be consistent with him going home, with him keep going, as you hear on the video.
No, sir, my understanding was that he put the phone down so he could have both hands to steer his vehicle. Then he had it turned around, and then he picks up the phone once he sees Mr. Arbery. He doesn't turn it off.
Okay. Where in Mr. Bryan's statement to Mr. Sechrist, Agent Sechrist, does he say that?
Say which part, sir? That's my understanding of taking his thing with it.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. So when the video comes back on, Mr. Bryan is headed back the other direction.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, you've listened to the video. How many
Yes.
times now?
I couldn't count a lot.
Probably more than you'd like to.
Very much so, sir.
Okay. What kind of truck does Mr. Bryan drive?
Give me a second, let me review my notes with it, sir. I believe he drives a Chevrolet vehicle, but I'd have to check the case file to find out.
Now, that year, that model comes with 3 different engines?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know whether Mr. Bryan's got the souped up version or if he's got the basic version?
I do not know that, sir.
Okay. Well, do you know whether it's an automatic or whether it's a manual?
I'd have to review back the case file. I don't recall offhand.
Well, can you count the number of shift changes, gear changes that Mr. Bryan is making in the video?
I have not tried to count the number of gear changes or shift changes that he's made in the video, no, sir.
Because that would tell you how many times Mr. Bryan could be turning around, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. It would tell you how many times he changed gears.
Well, you can tell when you put a car in park, don't you?
It depends on the car, sir. I can't say I've ever taken any kind of stock of the sound of a car being put in park.
So you basically, you can't tell from listening to that video that your explanation of Mr. Bryan's path of travel is incorrect.
That's incorrect? No, sir. My take of the video is that that's the path of travel. I believe it is correct.
Okay. And the video picks up, where does the video, the video picks up here immediately when he turns around?
Shortly after he turns around, the video picks up very quickly after he turns around at the 3-point. That's the reason why you see that mailbox to the left. That's when the video picks up. And then the video is up as he travels, and then you'll see Mr. Arbery by the blue mailbox, which is on towards the curve.
Well, you'd agree if Mr. Bryan continues traveling in the opposite direction from Mr. Arbery, at that point he's given up the chase.
If he would have turned and went down Zellwood, hypothetically, would that mean he'd given up the chase? Yes, sir. But he didn't. He turned and went back towards Mr. Arbery.
Well, we know he turned around.
Yes, sir.
And
we
at
do.
that point, he's videoing the path that he's on. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
It's the best, clearest quality video we have on this occasion. It's the only one.
Of the shooting you're talking
Yeah.
about? Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the only video I
Consistent.
know.
And that would be consistent with someone who at this point in time is simply trying to observe the events.
No, I wouldn't say that, sir. No, sir.
It wouldn't be consistent with Mr. Bryan trying to be a witness to whatever is about to happen.
Sir, I don't believe he was just a witness in what happened. So,
Well, I'm
whether
not asking you what you believe.
Well, you asked me if it would be consistent, so the answer is
Yes.
no, because he wasn't a witness, therefore videotaping. I don't understand your question.
Okay. If Mr. Bryan, having abandoned the pursuit of Mr. Arbery, had decided he wanted to record what was happening, and he turns around to do that, the video, the last part of that video is consistent with that.
It would be consistent with that, or consistent with the fact that he was still pursuing Mr. Arbery, trying to box him in between two different vehicles.
And a jury will have to decide what Mr. Bryan's intentions were at that time, am I correct?
My understanding is that's their role, yes, sir.
Certainly not your role or mine.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Bryan comes back down, you know what? Start the footage again.
Which one?
Back down the road. No, I take that back. Can you switch to the video?
The video?
The video.
Is it this one, the 190 Bryan Cellphone video?
Yeah, we could try that.
Move fast, Miss Burton, no pressure. Keep going, you're good. Stop. That's the K-turn, isn't it?
No, sir, it was back there where you could hear the gravel.
Well, then where's this turn?
I didn't hear a turn, sir.
Well, why are we shifting gears twice at that point?
I don't know if I have no idea,
Okay.
sir. I'm
All right.
telling you, that's not my understanding.
Go ahead.
Of where the turn is. You hear the gravel earlier in the
All right,
video.
fair enough. I don't want to argue with you. I'm sorry. If I came across the way, my apologies. You can start the video. Stop. This camera angle, is it looking directly at Mr. Arbery in the truck?
No, sir, it's not.
It's looking to the right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
To the right would be Mr. Arbery's path of escape, would it not?
Could be, yes, sir.
Other than the fact that Mr. Albenzi might or might not be waiting down the street. That's the path out of the neighborhood, is
That
it
is the
not?
path down Satilla Drive, yes, sir. That is
Right.
one path outside the neighborhood, yes, sir.
What would be the other path?
Back to Zellwood, going back up.
Okay. From where Mr. Arbery is positioned out there at the end of Holmes, what's the shorter way for him to get out in the neighborhood?
You'll be going up Satilla Drive.
Okay. And so does it surprise you that Mr. Bryan's got his cell phone pointed that direction as if he's expecting Mr. Arbery to run across the lawn?
That's not how I would interpret that, Counselor.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Stop. Mr. Arbery's moved to the right of the pickup truck
Yes, sir,
immediately
moving on there.
prior
Yes,
to stopping the video. And again, Mr. Bryan's cell phone is pointed at the, just to the right of the intersection of Holmes and Satilla, correct?
That's the way it's facing at this point, yes, sir, but the camera is drifting around quite a bit. My interpretation is not that it's being pointed in that direction more so than it's somebody trying to operate a vehicle and hold a phone at the same time. It bounces quite a bit.
Well, we can agree that Mr. Bryan's not winning any awards here for cinematography, correct?
It's bouncing around quite a bit, yes, sir.
But again, Mr. Bryan's got his cell phone pointed to the right, to the exit path, the escape path for Mr. Arbery.
At this instance, yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead. Stop. So again, Mr. Bryan is trying to follow Mr. Arbery's path of travel.
He is that, yes, sir.
So when Mr. Arbery, instead of going to the right to go out of the neighborhood, turns left and towards Mr. McMichael, then Mr. Bryan pivots his camera the other direction.
Again, my interpretation is he's trying to keep the camera on Mr. Arbery, but trying to operate a vehicle, it's drifting around quite a bit. That's my interpretation of it.
All right. And we can agree we'll let the jury decide what Mr. Bryan's intentions were.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I have no further questions. You've been great.
Any redirect from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Agent. You may step down. You are subject to recall.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, with the state resting, we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the evening. Just because the state has rested does not mean that all of the evidence is in this case necessarily. Again, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else, or go looking for any information about the case, or allow anybody to approach you about the case, or discuss the case even in your presence of hearing until you've heard all of the evidence in the case. You have heard the closing arguments of counsel and received the final charge of the court. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn for the evening. We're going to come back. It's going to shift a little bit tomorrow because there's some matters we're going to have to address before the court. We're going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So at 10 o'clock, we'll start back up with the evidence in the case. Again, with the instructions I've given you, have a good evening. Thank you for your attention here in the Superior Court of Glenn County. We'll see you in the morning.
All rise for the jury.
All right, so let's take a short recess. I'm going to try to address at least a few things this evening, and then we've got a little bit of time tomorrow morning to address a few more things, whatever may come up. Also tomorrow morning, just as a heads up, what I normally do with defendants with regard to their right to testify in this case, I generally put them up with their lawyer and walk them through their right and what their decision is to ensure that whatever that decision is has been made voluntarily. Normally I do that before we get into the defendant's case. So I'll plan to do that unless I hear from counsel and you wish to do it differently, but I do like to get, before we get into the case, what the defendant's decision is with regard to their right to testify. Okay, so we can wait until tomorrow to work through the details of that. I just want to make sure that we are clear about it. What I'd like to do, as need to move through a couple things. I'd like to take any motions or other matters that may be appropriately before the court with the state having rested. I've got at least 3 matters that Mr. Goff has before the court, 2 motions for reconsideration, and the motion with regard to the exclusion of certain individuals within the court. Let's take a short recess, and are the parties prepared to move forward with motions with the state having rested? Or do you wish to address that in the morning?
Speaking for Greg McMichael, in the morning, I don't think it would take very long. I could do it today, but a night's rest and a 10-minute argument, maybe 15.
Yeah, I just don't want to push too far into the morning, is the thing.
I'm at the court's discretion, whichever you prefer.
All right, let's go ahead and do those motions tomorrow morning. Let me go ahead and address then other matters that are before the court. We're going to just take a short recess. I'll address the 2 motions for reconsideration, Mr. Goff's other motion that was filed this morning, then any other matters that may be before the court. And then tomorrow morning, I'll go ahead and address any motions appropriate after the state is rested, as well as make sure that I'm clear, or everyone's clear, I should say, on how we're going to address the defendant's right to testify and make sure that's appropriately on the record. All right, let's take 10 minutes. I've got a number of motions filed on behalf of Mr. Bryan. Take them in the order that I have them in my stack. The first one I have is a motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors or otherwise interfere with a fair trial. It was filed today. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, the motion sets forth the legal authorities and the factual basis for the motion in greater detail and specificity than was brought to the court's attention earlier this week. Looking back over the case, it seems that during jury selection, not as many matters were brought to the court's attention as I had assumed, but those have now been brought to the court's attention by way of the exhibits attached to the motion. Your Honor, we are concerned about individuals consciously or unconsciously using the public gallery of the courtroom to influence jurors in this case, whether that's influence them, intimidate them, whatever. We've had instances during the jury selection process of nonverbal communications back and forth between the victim's family and one or more jurors. We've had several instances of outbursts in the courtroom. We've had notable people in the courtroom who have no apparent connection to the victim's family in this case. We do have a jury assembly room which seats ample numbers of people. I think the Supreme Court precedent makes, although it's technically an open question, all the justices that have commented on it have either outright rejected the idea that individual members of the public have First Amendment rights in the public gallery, or suggested that it is intuitively not obvious that they have such rights. If the Arbery family has a minister or ministers that are their pastors or members of their church or otherwise, that's one thing. But just trotting in pastor after pastor after pastor, including pastors from other parts of the country that they have no apparent ministerial relationship with, is inappropriate here. And there's no reason, given the high-profile nature of this case and all the other unusual activities, protest marches and other things, there's just no reason to take that risk. We also have asked the court previously, and renewed that by written motion, is to identify the individuals who are sitting in the public gallery during the proceedings in this case. Otherwise, Your Honor, we, and I speak for Mr. Bryan, and whether co-counsel feel constrained to join in or not, that's for them to decide. But from Mr. Bryan's perspective, we're trying to make a record here. I'm not trying to be difficult or make anyone uncomfortable, but we can't have a record take up on appeal with respect to the impact of what's going on in the gallery without having that documentation. And I think the case law, although it is a relatively, the body of case law in this area is limited, but from what's there, I think the case law also seems to indicate that the court can't simply wait until something happens. We can't wait for disaster to strike, that the court has a duty, to the extent it can do so, to head off issues with the public gallery before they create prejudice to the clients, before they necessitate a mistrial. And we're simply asking the court to be more proactive. My understanding, and it's referenced in the exhibit, I think it's the first exhibit from the Community First Planning Commission, I think that's what it is. They have a huge rally planned for Thursday. Hundreds of pastors from across the country are going to be here for that. That is not something that is in response to anything that took place in this courthouse or during this trial. It is clear from the website of the organization, which has stated in more than once that my client, along with others in this case, are quote-unquote murderers, and they seek justice for Ahmaud, for Mr. Arbery. They have exceeded the capacity, the pastors who belong to that group, and I have not identified them. There's 21 apparently, black pastors in the community. They have gone, in that Facebook page and their website, they've gone beyond merely ministering to members of their flocks, whether consciously or unconsciously. And I think that conduct is such, conjunction with the conduct of counsel, civil counsel for the Arbery family, Mr. Merritt and Mr. Crump, and in conjunction with the Transformative Justice Coalition and all these other groups, when you look at the big picture, I think that we are rightly concerned about the ability of Mr. Bryan to receive a fair trial if we keep bringing people in this courtroom for who have no other apparent purpose other than by their mere presence to attempt to influence the jury in the case. Your Honor, the exhibits, I think, clarify maybe in ways that weren't as clear during the jury selection process how all these different groups connect together and what their purposes are. Several of these groups are created specifically as a result of the death of Mr. Arbery. So again, we're asking the court to allow us to have a record that we can take up on appeal and ask the court to take proactive measures to ensure that the presence of people in the gallery isn't violating the rights of our clients. I am told, I do not know whether that's true, that some of the pastors are packing in the sense that they are bringing their lawyers with them. And apparently, I'm told, of course, you know what rumor and speculation and gossip are like in a small town, that there'll be motions coming to be filed with the court in advance of their appearance. But that doesn't change our position, which is Mr. Bryan's right to a fair trial is paramount. And since there are no First Amendment rights to have content in the public gallery, then there's no First Amendment consideration there weighing against it. It's not an issue of public right access to the courts or the court proceedings because they're on national TV and they're unavailable on a big screen in the jury assembly room. And although this court has labeled me reprehensible or
you reprehensible, let's be clear about that. That was not specific. I was talking about some comments that were made. So I checked to make sure because I want to make sure that I did not direct that at you personally. Those comments were the reason I felt that at that time I needed to address where the court was on things. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
It is, and to be fair, like I said last night, looking back over it, I don't think the Community First Planning Commission, that group of pastors, I don't know that we specifically addressed that with any of the jurors during jury selection. So maybe I assumed too much. I will say, judging by my phone being blown up in my emails, that certainly the general public has interpreted the words of the court in a different manner than perhaps you and I did.
Well, just to be clear, I've said over and over again to all counsel here that personal attacks are not an appropriate, the court is not an appropriate place for personal attacks. You can comment on what's happening in the court, but do not direct it at anyone personally. So that's why I wanted to make sure it was clear that was not a personal attack on the court's behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. From my perspective, though, I suspect I'll be getting, continuing to get love letters and messages for days to come. But be that as it may, Your Honor, we are asking the court to take stronger steps to ensure the right of the defendants to a fair trial in advance of the events planned for this Thursday.
We join, Your Honor.
If I understand the motion, it is the remedy that's asked for is for the court to take note on the record in some way of who is in the gallery every day. If that is what this motion is, I don't see any harm in that, especially given the potential harm, as Mr. Sheffield said yesterday, the 2 strikes we've already had. Other than that, I don't adopt, other than that remedy that's being sought here.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the motion that is before the court, the written motion, has been addressed by the court on at least 2 occasions, and the court's indicated its position. I'm not going to replow that ground. The court's position on the record, when the motions are made verbally, remains the position of the court. I understand that this was to document the record to make sure that the court had the legal authority that was being relied upon, as well as some of the additional information here from the defendant. So, to the extent this is a renewed motion, a motion for reconsideration, or otherwise, the court's ruling is on the record.
Thank you, Your
I have a second plea in bar, speedy trial violation, and motion for reconsideration.
May I?
Go ahead, sir.
I think everyone has a copy of that, okay? Provided copies before. Your Honor, this is not simply a motion for reconsideration. Our contention is the court has to consider all the same factors anew. Since that was in June, we're now in November. We would like to add testimony, limited testimony, of Mr. Bryan on the speedy trial issue with respect to prejudice. And I don't know if the court wants Mr. Bryan to take the witness stand or whether he can testify from his place. That testimony would not be extensive.
Yeah, no, I can see him where he is. I think the court reporter can hear him. It's probably the easiest thing to do. And just to be very clear, the defendant's being sworn in for the limited purpose of addressing the prejudice prong under the speedy trial claim that was filed, ruled upon, and is now back before the court on a second plea in bar and motion for reconsideration, and we're not going outside any prejudice claimed under that claimed violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Everybody understand what we're doing?
Yes, Judge.
I'm looking at the state.
I know you are. Yes, Judge, I understand.
Okay. Have you spoken with your client about being sworn in and testifying?
I have, Your Honor. He's expecting it.
I'm not sure what that means. So have you spoken with your client about testifying before the court and some of the perils associated with doing so?
I have not explained to him that his testimony is under oath, but I believe at this point Mr. Bryan is aware of that.
Why don't you take a
Subject to
moment?
prosecution for false statement or perjury.
And as I understand the limited purpose of what he's being sworn in for, what the potential perils of going beyond that limited purpose?
If Mr. Bryan were to go beyond talking about the conditions of his confinement, he could potentially open doors.
Okay. Why don't you talk to your client real quick, just so I'm
Yes, Your Honor.
satisfied that that discussion has occurred.
We're ready,
All
Your Honor.
right. Mr. Bryan, if you stand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, have a seat.
And although it's more formal than normal, given that Mr. Bryan's going to be sitting, it may be easier for me to sit down. I don't want him to think I'm talking down at him.
No, that's fine. Just like to make sure you speak so the court reporter can hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Bryan, where are you currently residing?
Glenn County Detention Center.
How long have you been there, sir?
I think about 18 months.
Would you describe your incarceration as oppressive?
I'm sorry?
Would you describe your incarceration as oppressive?
Yes, sir.
And by that, you mean no disrespect to the sheriff, do you?
No, no.
Can you describe for the court your daily routine over the past 18 months, approximately 18 months, 17 months, whatever it is?
Well, except, as you know, the last 3 weeks we've been here, but before that, it's, you get up at 5 o'clock, try to get your breakfast. You have a certain hour that you come out a day, so I'm locked down for 23 hours other than that.
Well, let's talk about that. Are you telling the court that you've basically been in lockdown or solitary confinement for the entire time you've been incarcerated?
For the most part, yes, sir.
All right. And by that, you're telling the court that you spend 23 hours a day in an individual cell?
That's correct.
You don't have a bunkmate?
No, sir.
Okay. And could you describe briefly for the court that cell?
is it paneled? Is it sheet rock or is it cinder block?
No, sir, it's cinder block, probably about 8 by 12, something like that.
8 by 12, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. And the toilet that you use is stainless steel?
Correct.
All right. Are there any windows to the outside world in this room?
No, sir.
Okay. Are there any windows to your room at all?
The exterior room that I can see out to, there is a sun room, you know.
So there is a glass panel in the door of your cell?
Yeah, probably 6 inches wide, 36 inches tall, something like that.
And for 23 hours a day, the only daylight you can see is if you look out that window to see sunlight coming in a skylight in the big part of the building?
Yes, correct.
Do you have a television in your room?
No, not in my room.
Is there a television in your pod?
There is in the pod.
And how big a television is that?
30 inches, maybe.
And how far away is that from your door?
Probably 30 foot, 40 foot.
Do you have a remote for this television?
No, sir.
All right. So, do you have any other source of news or information other than watching that 30-inch TV from some distance away?
No.
All right. And when you have your meals, you indicated you have several meals a day?
Yes. Breakfast and at lunch we get a hot meal and then a bag dinner.
Now, are you going down to a cafeteria somewhere for those, or is that food being brought to you?
No, it comes to my room, to myself.
And that's for your own protection, am I correct?
Correct.
This solitary confinement, this lockdown, is not a result of disciplinary action by the sheriff. It's a reflection of the need to provide your personal safety.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a shower in your room?
No, sir.
Where's the shower?
It's, you know, at the bottom of the pod, community shower, I guess you want to call it.
All right. Can you take a shower whenever you feel like it?
No, sir.
How many showers a day are you allowed?
One in a 24-hour period. Well, I say that. That's what it's supposed to be. Sometimes it runs out to about close to 36 hours.
Now, is there a specific time, set time every day when you get to shower?
Not at all. No. It could be 8:30 in the morning, or it could be 4:30 a.m. in the morning.
I take it other people in your pod are also in protective custody?
Yes, sir. That's what that pod is.
Which means that the people in protection can't fraternize with each other either, am I correct?
No, sir.
So how many showers are there?
4 or 5.
Okay, but only one can be used at a time by
Yes, sir.
by people in protective custody?
Correct.
All right, so the sheriff has to rotate everyone in protective custody to the showers one at a time through the day.
That's right.
And in order to be fair, the detention center rotates y'all through at different times of the day.
That's right.
So your shower might be at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
Okay. And during that hour that you're out, you can also walk about the common area?
That's right.
Okay. Now, since you've been detained at the Glenn County Detention Center, to be fair, you're technically detained, you're not incarcerated. Have there been some global pandemic come up?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes called COVID-19?
COVID-19, Corona, yes, sir.
How has that impacted your time in the detention center?
Thankfully, I mean, that I know of, we've had no outbreak per se in our pod. We have in the jail, and that has affected some of the staff, where they've had a good bit of rollover and things of that nature. As far as directly inside the pod, hasn't really affected me.
But it's been a fear.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
And in fact, do you know whether at least one detention center officer died of COVID during the pandemic?
At least one, unfortunately.
Do you have any power as a pretrial detainee in protective custody to protect yourself against COVID-19?
No, there's not. They give us a mask.
All right. I believe, did you testify previously about your health conditions?
No, I haven't testified yet, I don't believe.
Okay. As we sit here today, you have no acute health concerns, am I correct?
Right now, the only concern would be my blood pressure, and it is managed right now.
All right. There have been times in the past when it was not managed as well?
Most definitely not managed as well. It probably just now got, probably in the last 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, where it's managed.
All right. Let me ask you about visitation.
Okay.
Okay. As a pretrial detainee in protective custody, do you have any in-person visits with family, friends, ministers?
No.
Let me rephrase that. Do you know what a contact visit is?
Yes, I do.
Are you permitted, since you've been detained, or since COVID started last year, have you been permitted any contact visits with friends or family or your pastor?
Just my lawyer.
I take it that's me?
That's correct.
Unless you're hiding somebody from me. Okay. Has it been difficult for you not to be able to have any physical contact with members of your family since your arrest?
Yes, most definitely.
And when they do visit, how many hours a week are they able to visit you?
On the monitor?
Well, on the monitor. First, let's tell the judge about the monitor.
Well, when I first got there, I need to back up a little bit because I was in medical isolation, and I'm not exactly sure why I was there because medical issues wasn't a factor at that point, but I stayed there for 3 months. At that point, I had non-contact visitation, which is through glass.
Okay.
And
Like
then
when you say glass, you're like old-fashioned glass, like a window.
Yeah.
With a telephone.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, and then what happened?
Through about 3 months down the road, I got put in the pod, protective custody pod. So that caused visitations to go to the video monitor.
All right, so basically, you're seeing folks on a video that are at a remote location in the jail.
Correct.
And you get.
I don't leave the pod, they're in the visitation center.
Right. And how many hours a month can you do that? Or how many hours a week can you do that?
Twice a week, 15 minutes each.
All right. And other than your lawyer, that's basically the limit on your contact with the outside world?
Yes, sir, it is.
Other than phone calls?
Phone calls, yeah.
Okay. As long as you pay for them, you can make all the calls you want?
Right.
All right. While you've been incarcerated, have there been issues with family and friends?
Yes, there's always issues with family and friends, so it hasn't stopped, yeah.
Has it been difficult for you being detained all this time, not to be able to participate in their lives as they get sick or die or
Yes.
have other life events?
Yes, sir, most definitely.
I have no further questions for Mr. Bryan.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
That is all the evidence we wish to present, Your Honor.
All right, record being closed. Any further argument on the motion for reconsideration? I was just going back over it, just to be clear. This motion for reconsideration, the court entered an order on June 15th, 2021, and at the time, that was a relatively lengthy order. Let's see. It's like a 6-page order, well, 5.5-page order. And in it specifically addressed the trial date scheduled for October 18th, which is the date that we began. And went through all of the factors. And again, the evidence that we just heard simply addresses the fourth factor, which is the prejudice. So that being where we are, Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, I'm not going to re-argue the Barker v. Wingo standards. I'm just going to suggest to the court that with the passage of additional time and the additional evidence presented with respect to hardship. The only real bone of contention I would have is the court seems to have limited the last factor, the prejudice factor, essentially to prejudice to the defense in court, which is certainly the most weighty consideration the court's required to consider. But I would humbly suggest to the court that the constitutional standard is broader than that. It doesn't matter. You can still have a speedy trial violation even if defendant's substantive rights at trial are not impacted simply by the length or harshness or other conditions of pretrial detention. I think that's clear from the precedents, and I would humbly suggest that your court did not give adequate consideration to such issues in its original order, and I would urge the court to perhaps address that issue, particularly with the additional evidence presented in what I presume will be a subsequent written order on the second plea and bar.
Anything from the state?
Your Honor, this is a motion for reconsideration of your order. There's nothing new here for the reconsideration. We've heard about the conditions at the jail, which are what everyone's experiencing out at the Glenn County Jail. There is nothing new here, and his ability to prepare his case has not been impaired in any way. He has contact visits with his lawyer, access to a telephone to talk as much as he wants, 2 times a week, 15-minute video conferences. So at this point in time, none of this criteria takes us out of the Barker v. Wingo factors that were already decided. And there are numerous factors, and then the 3 parts for prejudice. And this is only one of the parts, and it's not even the part weighted heavily. So Mr. Goff has failed to, or Defendant Bryan has failed to bring anything to this court for your reconsideration. We ask that you deny the motion.
All right. The court's considered, or I've read through the second plea and bar. First, the court notes that, I mean, technically it's untimely. It's outside the term of court upon which the original order was entered. So as a motion for reconsideration, it would be untimely. That's State v. Ross, 293 Georgia, 834 was actually a plea and bar case. Beyond that, the second plea and bar raises no additional issues. The first order, the first motion, was addressed through an order which specifically addressed the court date that was the beginning date for this trial, October 18th, 2021. We do have some additional information with regard to the 4th prong. The court's already addressed all of the other prongs and exactly how we got there, and having considered the evidence presented here today, finds that there is not sufficient prejudice to the accused under the 4th prong in order to grant the plea and bar. So that will be the order of the court. The final motion I have is the motion for reconsideration of the special demur as to count 7 and the alternative requested jury charge and special verdict form for count 7 of the indictment. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, my first inquiry is I may have electronically filed it. I don't know if the McMichael defendants or the state have copies of it. I have extra copies, so if there's any doubt, I just assume provide them. Your Honor, I'm pleased that the court has allowed us to address the motion for reconsideration on the special demur as to count 7, which also has requested jury charge and special verdict form attached. I'm guessing that this motion for reconsideration is not in the same term of court in which the original order was entered. So I have an abundance of caution. I'll orally modify that as a second special demur. Special demurs can be filed even during the trial. So it's certainly timely. Your Honor, I do think with the motions for directed verdict coming in the morning, this is an excellent time to address this issue because it relates to count 7. And Your Honor, I'm not going to reread all the paragraphs of that motion, but it seems pretty clear that notwithstanding the authority cited by the court previously, that the way the state has charged count 7, alleging assault with one and or both pickup trucks and with 3 different defendants, either as parties to the crime or as principals, when the indictment doesn't specify how it's being, it's not just a matter of providing notice as to the nature of the weapon. In this case, and it's a constitutional issue, Your Honor, which can't be sidestepped by cases that are factually and legally in terms of the charges different. In this case, the state is alleging potentially a dozen different aggravated assault counts in one without telling the defendants exactly what they're defending against. We also have 2 different competing theories here, which will be important in the morning. Is the state contending that Mr. Bryan intended to strike Mr. Arbery with his vehicle? Or is the state contending that Mr. Arbery was reasonably in fear of receiving a violent injury? I mean, those are 2 different ways of charging aggravated assault that are kind of lumped together. Now, if the state is proceeding on an intent to injure theory, that Mr. Bryan was attempting to strike Mr. Arbery with his vehicle, then all kinds of lesser offenses come into play. If the state is contending that, not that Mr. Bryan was attempting to strike Mr. Arbery, but that whether he intended to do so or not, Mr. Arbery was reasonably placed in fear of receiving an injury, then that takes us right back to where we were a long time ago, that the state's fundamental contention that what's going through Mr. Arbery's mind is not relevant, that the only thing that's relevant here is what's in the minds of the defendants, that gives the lie to that position. Because if the state's proceeding here under an aggravated assault theory that's based not on the intent of the defendant, but on the understanding and the fears what's going through the mind of the victim, then that's a pretty important consideration. But in terms of how we charge this jury in this case, maybe I'm overthinking it, but there's so many different ways a jury could come back with a verdict of aggravated assault in this case, depending on what legal position you're coming from and what the factual basis is. How do we assure jury unanimity in this case? 6 jurors think one person's the principal, another person's a party to the crime. 6 jurors think that the assault took place with the McMichael's truck. 6 jurors think the assault took place with Mr. Michael's truck. Or 5 of each, and 2 think it was some combination of both. There's no way, as count 7 is presented to this court, I would respectfully submit, it's not a question, it's not a challenge to the court's legal or intellectual knowledge or skill. It is a fundamental truth here that there is no way to charge this jury with all the different ways this can happen and to assure that a jury verdict is going to be unanimous. There's so many different ways that this can be looked at that the defendants are not meaningfully on notice of what they're defending against. If they're convicted, I don't know how you're going to apply double jeopardy to it, and I don't know how you're going to have determine whether a verdict is unanimous. The state has basically created this kitchen sink count that subsumes multiple different legal theories, multiple different ways things can be done, and there's no way to sort it out. And I'm just suggesting that before we get to the directed verdict stage, which is problematic for the state on count 7, but I don't think we get there, because I think this court's obligation in this situation, now having heard all the evidence and had the benefit of a lot more information as to the charges, as opposed to where we were when the court first considered the question. Where we are now, I believe that the court will reluctantly be constrained to agree that the demur as to count 7 needs to be granted.
Anything from the remaining defendants?
I'd like a chance to read it and consider it if I could, unless you're ready to rule on it.
I'm going to hear from the state. I'll be very candid. What I'm probably going to end up doing is taking it under advisement until tomorrow morning and addressing it at the same time as the directed verdicts, or motions for directed verdicts, which I assume are coming. I don't want to presume for anybody, but I assume they're coming. From the state?
Yes, so first off, this is untimely. However, it's a motion for reconsideration of something you've already ruled on, and the state's position is that the language does track the statute, which is all that is required and is necessary. A demur basically means that they have no notice of what's going to happen. This appears to be, we have trouble with a verdict form. I've looked over the verdict form, which, Your Honor, and I don't want to presume, I'm assuming, and it's just an assumption on my part, that Defendant Bryan will have his own verdict form, that Defendant Travis McMichael will have his own verdict form, and that Greg McMichael will have his own verdict form. And the way, of course, Mr. Goff has proposed this, I don't believe is legal, because the defendants have been indicted as parties to the crime. And there is absolutely nothing, no law that supports a designation that the jury has to write, I'm finding him as guilty as the principal, or as the party, or that he helped, and that's why I'm finding him a party to the crime. There's absolutely nothing that requires the jury to do that. They can find certain people acted as a party to a crime. They can find Greg McMichael guilty of this as a party to the crime, even though he didn't have his hands on the steering wheel at all. So that, of course, party to a crime argument is disingenuous, as is this verdict form, which...
As a motion or argument is being disingenuous here. I thought it was the state saying we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions or assuming the worst.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say Mr. Goff was being disingenuous. The argument itself that somehow a jury has to designate a principal or party or some sort of designation is not what the law is. And so therefore arguing that without any supporting case law, it's unsupported. In addition, all of the jury charges that Mr. Goff has put on here are not the pattern current jury charges. So the argument does not even follow the law as it is right now with the pattern jury charges from the Superior Court Council. So given all of those things, we ask that the special demur be denied based on what we argued before and the untimeliness and the fact that the requirements that the defendant is asking for are unsupported by the law.
All right. Any final word then, Mr. Goff?
Your Honor, the requirement that a jury verdict be unanimous, that's never untimely. And that's a huge issue here. The fact that defendants are entitled to a fair trial, that's always an issue here. And I would be shocked if the court would proceed to present things to a jury that would otherwise be inappropriate on the state's theory that somehow it's untimely. There are special demur issues that can be untimely, but constitutional problems in the presentation of the case to a jury cannot be avoided. And I'm not the one who drafted the indictment. That was the district attorney's office that did that. I'm not even sure that was Ms. Dunikowski, but her office did it. And here we are, and again, and that's the point I would ask the court to ponder overnight. How do we ensure a unanimous verdict given all the different directions the state can take? And is the court really comfortable with the idea that the state, who gets the last word in the last portion of their closing statement, gets to tell defendants and defense counsel for the first time, after there's no opportunity to present evidence and no opportunity to argue, what their actual theory of aggravated assault is going to be? Because I think what we do know, having listened to the opening statement made by Ms. Dunikowski, that whatever theory of aggravated assault they have, it can't be the one they presented to the jury in their opening statement, because that one's just not going to fly. So whatever other theory, whatever their real theory is, if they have one, we're certainly entitled to know what it is before they get up at the end of the case with the last word.
All right, as I indicated, I'm going to take the matter under advisement, and we'll go ahead and address that in the morning. What I am hoping to do tomorrow morning is convene at 9 o'clock for any motions properly presented to the court based upon the state resting its case in chief. And be ready, it sounds like, at least some of the announcements were, I'm cautiously optimistic that we will be ready at 10 o'clock then, Mr. Goff, for your opening statement, and then plan to get into the evidence right after Mr. Goff's opening. Well, no, let me back up. Directed verdicts, also get on the record what the defendant's positions are with regard to testifying, whether they've been informed by counsel of their rights and understand their rights, and then get into Mr. Goff's opening statement, and then any evidence that would be presented. Anything from the state?
No, Judge, not this time.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we are in recess then until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.